Good morning, everyone. It's 10:04 a.m. We are opening up the meeting, and I would like to ask Representative Belcher to lead us in the pledge, please.
To the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which I stand, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to remind everyone of our mission. We are a bipartisan committee tasked with investigating and evaluating the state's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee will function in a science-based, fact-finding review, specifically acquiring comprehensive, accurate data and all related information pertaining thereto. Areas of particular focus will include the administration of federal guidance, acceptance of federal funds, and implementation of emergency use authorization vaccination efforts. A report will be issued outlining the committee's findings and the impact on New Hampshire. This morning, we are supposed to have someone coming in to testify, and we are missing some other committee members, but currently there is a parade going on outside, so I do believe some of our people have been delayed, but I did not want to delay this hearing for the public. I think who is the people that are here, we'll have a small discussion about what we learned yesterday. And for me, it was transformational, I will say. I had no idea that anything, and I mean any vaccine listed as a childhood vaccine, gets complete immunity. No damages ever can be filed. From my understanding, and if anyone else got a different impression, and as it was stated, there is no other product out there that has immunity from damages. And our children are extremely important. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to further clarify that as well, damages are capped at a relatively low amount, but it's that damages have to be pursued against the government, against a government agency for any harm that was incurred. And the same government agency that is tasked with regulating and that is also tasked with, as a policy, promoting the vaccine. So in terms of a product, you have the same agency involved in promoting, in regulating, and in defending the government against any claims of damages, because the manufacturers themselves are immunized from any damage, which, as we learned, the threat of lawsuits, and it's certainly true, I think, that there have been times in this nation where things have been a bit too litigious, but generally speaking, the threat of financial loss is what keeps businesses honest. And it is a primary mechanism for market forces to ensure things such as safety and efficacy.
Thank you, Representative Belcher. I agree with that. And one of the striking things is the government is supposed to protect us. They're supposed to be our protectant, and yet in this case, they are not. They are the promoter. And they are the ones that anyone filing damages actually has to sue. I mean, that is contrary to everything else that we stand for, in my opinion, because congressmen, senators, legislators, we are the servants of the people. And people need to be reminded of that they are in charge. We are only here at their pleasure, and we serve at their pleasure. Representative Potenza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to comment kind of when you first said that, because that you weren't aware. I've been very well aware for a long time in regards with the 1986 act that President Reagan had signed, and so I knew of the level of immunity that Big Pharma had. But I think the most important thing that we have to talk about here from yesterday is all of the information that was given. It was given to use traditional vaccines to do a comparison, like so we could understand where we were at with anything that had to do with COVID. And that was so, and there were times where we stayed on that subject of traditional for, quite some time to really lay the groundwork for where we were at with COVID. And in addition to COVID, it's more than just a blanket immunity. There were contracts that were signed. They were protected by the PrEP Act. I knew all of that. But to the extent of those contracts and what was signed, I didn't know to that. And it was that piece there in realizing that damages, death, suffering, injuries, that no one, when it comes to COVID, emergency use authorization injections, they have absolutely no way to get any sort of compensation, damages, relief at all. And that's absolutely debilitating to hear.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was repeatedly shocked by a number of the things that we were told and we saw yesterday. Not the least of which being that in clinical trials for minors, for the mRNA, I believe it was the Pfizer injection, that a young woman who was enrolled in the clinical trials suffered what appeared to be devastating injury. It is alleged to have been because of the vaccine. But in any case, it does appear that the corporation involved failed to report that injury that occurred in a clinical trial to the regulators. And it really brings up a bigger question to me, which is, why are the clinical trials being run by the companies themselves as opposed to some sort of third party? Yes.
Well, speaking of that, well, for 2 points was that the regulator, the investigator, said he didn't do it scientifically. He just didn't feel that it was related. Well, I didn't feel like getting up this morning too early. And so what if I just didn't feel like coming here? I mean, we don't feel when we're dealing with science, and we don't feel when we're dealing with people's lives. We do it based on facts. The other thing is when you talk about independent, there is an independent board. But what we learned is that one of the people on that independent board was paid by Pfizer. And although she said, well, yeah, I was paid, but I can still be independent. But then there goes to bias. You can't be independent of somebody if you are involved in that industry. Even you have to remove everything has to be removed for it to be truly an independent person. We all bring a bias with us. Every single person has a bias. But to be involved with the people that you're investigating goes beyond that. Representative Potenza.
And I'd like to speak to Representative Belcher's point. It was beyond There really is no question. I mean, after the injection, it was almost immediately what this girl suffered, which was a client of the speaker. But then our own government agencies also participated in not having that information come out. So once they were made aware, still people didn't know about it. And I think that was really, really hard, as well as he didn't get into some of these details, but I will put in the record as well. During clinical trials, the deaths that occurred, most people didn't hear about any of that information. And there is, I believe, one person that has come forward with their child that passed. And because of that, I think it would be really good for people to realize if that information had been free and open, that shows informed consent. People have to understand that of the risks when they were doing something, even though I know this was put out because a lot of people were very afraid when it came to the pandemic. But at least that they would have known, they would have had that information, they would have had choice. As I say all the time, where there is risk, there needs to be choice, but there has to be truth. And there was nothing.
Representative Lucas.
One of the things following on with that same case that really disturbed me was the abuse she took afterwards. So here's a young lady who thought she was helping society, healthy young lady, thought she'd volunteer for these trials. Not only was she harmed, not only did the harms get covered up, anytime she said people were actually abusive to her on social media, etc. If she told her story, they took it down. They said it was misinformation and stuff like that. I mean, it's disgusting.
On Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to speak a little bit to the issue surrounding government regulation and oversight of pharmaceutical industries in general. And I believe I mentioned in the record yesterday that the FDA commissioner that exists that there was some difficulties with. As she was being placed in that role, there was a letter writing campaign from moneyed interests in pharmaceutical industries to get her placed in that position. The gentleman by the last name of Marks, M-A-R-K-S, that they reportedly had quite a few issues with. I looked up his background on the FDA website. He did come from the pharmaceutical industry, where he went then to research universities. Of course, they hold a lot of patents, therefore a lot of money interest, before moving on to the FDA, being placed in that position where he's in an oversight role over this. I'm seeing in various reports suggesting that around 45% of the total FDA budget comes from industry user fees, aka from the pharmaceutical industry. Specifically, the drug division of the FDA is financed to the tune of around 75% by the pharmaceutical industry. And what's noteworthy is there is no prohibition in law or in any sort of binding ethics guidelines that prohibit a person from going back and forth between a pharmaceutical or research industry role over to the regulatory side and then back again, creating what seems to me an absolutely outrageous moral hazard.
Representative Lucas.
Another interesting thing from yesterday was the graphs of all death mortality. And if you looked at what it was during the height of COVID, when so many people were reported as dying from COVID, and then you looked at after the vaccines were introduced, and it was higher after the vaccines were introduced than it was at the height of COVID.
Another thing that was glaringly shocking to me, and I know this is a little aside from COVID, but COVID has been now listed as a childhood vaccine. I do believe, if I understood everything correctly. So now it has the immunity of the 1986 Vaccine Act. But was the number of vaccines that children are now between the ages of 0 and I think it was 6 months or 12 months. In the past, it was 5, and now it's couldn't even count the total on the slide. Literally, I would have been sitting here pointing my finger about trying to count those. It was just outrageous. Have what's changed? Why do we need to be so heavily vaccinated and in this world? And especially a newborn, when they're growing and their immune system is adapting to their surroundings. And how do you build up an immune system if you don't have the chance? Representative Lucas.
Following on with that, the thing that struck me the most was when he was comparing the difference between the vaccine industry and the regular medicine pharmaceutical industry, and he listed the top medicines and how many years they were under study before they came to market, and then he got to vaccines and they were days. 5 days that they tracked these individuals and said, oh, no problems in 5 days. Well, all 5 days is going to give you as if there's an immediate anaphylactic, there's not much, but 5 days, yeah, it's fine, it's safe, no problem.
Well, I am really looking forward to the V-Safe data that, and really analyzing some of those slides that he brought before us. And why? And this is my big why. When they initially were going to do the data studies, the FDA was going to do one and the CDC was going to do another. But after they got the reports from the I believe it was a PRR, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Thank you, Representative Belcher, for that. That the flags were exponentially higher than what they thought they were going to be. And they changed and said, yeah, we're just not going to do it this way anymore. We're going to follow the FDA. Now, we have 2 separate agencies. One is policy, one is oversight. Going to do the same report. They should be doing 2 different reports so that we understand that we're getting the best data that we can. But so why, when you set your criteria for science, when you're doing a science experiment, you lay out how you're going to do it. You don't change it midstream. He was right. You just don't. Unless you want to manipulate the data and you don't like the outcome. Representative Potenza.
So I wanted to speak, Madam Chair, just to follow up on what you said in regards with what changed in regards with the childhood schedule. And the biggest thing that changed was if prior to the 1986, I call it 1986, the Act, if prior to that, there were expanded safety protocols, vetting, clinical trials, all of that, in that people were able to go after, a company that was producing something that caused their child harm. Of course, you're going to have only only a small amount that are based upon need. But vaccines are a huge industry. They are billions of dollars. I mean, as we all have probably seen, there's a video of Bill Gates that talks about it, and he said that was one of the best investments that he ever got into, was in vaccines. So if you see that it's money making, and then you strip out liability, then what are you left with? Exponentially increases over time. And it's very sad, especially with lack of oversight, reports that were supposed to be done, mandated by the government, that were never done. We have statements that are made by agencies, NGOs, nonprofits, all of these that are supposed to be in the health field, that are saying such and such doesn't cause this, and they're saying these things definitively, saying that there's been numerous studies, and there isn't any studies that say that. It's that kind of stuff is just, in a sense, it's lies, it's propaganda, and most people believe that, and we have our own government here locally that perpetuates that as well, and those things are so concerning. But the graphic that he showed was the first year of life. It went up to 12 months. So there's another graphic that shows all the way, it shows further, and it went from 5 to, there's I think now on the schedule to include the multiples, like the multiple shots, it's got, COVID's on the schedule with the CDC. It's not on the schedule in New Hampshire, but our New Hampshire office links right to the CDC, and those are all offered. So I believe that you're seeing exponentially, to include flu, it's over 70 injections. So from 5 in 1980, prior to 1986, all the way up to that. And we're not promoting what we should be: prevention and health and supplements, lifestyle, all of those things. It's incredible to me. There's so many things that came out of yesterday. It was so long. It was such an incredible presentation. I'd love to capture that up, and I'd want the entire legislature, everyone in the state, to watch that, because it was so incredible. And it doesn't matter. This is not a political thing. This is about people having this information, because they should. I know I was elected to protect the rights of New Hampshire citizens, and this is the kind of stuff that we should be listening to as legislatures, because it is so impactful, punch you in the face, oh my gosh, how could this happen? So,
we have, our mission is COVID, right? And the emergency use authorization. But as we know, based on what we saw before they rolled out the V-Safe checklist of symptoms, they already knew myocarditis, heart, death. They had all of those things listed, and they removed every single one of them from the checklist for V-Safe. And yet nobody in the public was privy to that list, because we, as I believe it was Representative Potenza stated yesterday, we did drive-up injections. Were people given a list of possible side effects? Are parents given a list of possible side effects for every vaccine. Informed consent means you have been informed and then you consent. And he is right that if we do not educate ourselves and are not informed, and we put our trust in our doctors and in our medical professionals and in the people that are at the top of our government, and we believe them and we trust what they're saying. We instilled fear in this country and in this state exponentially. The mental health alone we're going to be dealing with for years to come. People are still afraid. Yes, COVID was a horrible, horrible pandemic. But this committee needs to figure out a way for the next pandemic on what is best for New Hampshire citizens. How do we, going forward, make sure that everybody is listened to and that the proper professionals are brought in on each subject, and that there is truly an independent board, independent, analyzing the data? We know that medical professionals do not understand masks. That we learned. There are specialists that deal with just that. We know that social distancing was an arbitrary number. There was no science. But yet the public was led to believe, whether intentionally or not, or whether they even stated it, but it was said, so everyone said, well, this is what we need to do. We could go grocery shopping. We could do certain things. If you had a place of employment that was considered essential, you could go to work. But everyone else had to stay home. For me, during that time, I was considered a critical worker. I didn't understand why things were shut down, why we couldn't go outside. I remember having to go to a wedding outside, and it was like, well, we're really not supposed to go to have a wedding outside because there's too many people. And I'm like, but we're outside. I think somewhere in all of this, common sense did not prevail. And I think we forgot that we as humans need interaction. Solitude is not a good thing for us. We are social creatures. And by making children stay home by themselves with no interaction with their peers, in my opinion, was a travesty. Covering up their faces so they have nonverbal communications. Teachers can't really, you can say one thing, but your face can say something completely different, especially with a child. There are cues that teachers take from seeing the child's face or how they look. But we covered that up too. I understand that we did the Swiss cheese approach to throw everything at it to see what we could do. But did anyone, before they did that, stop to think about all the other harms that would be caused? And I think during the next pandemic, one of the things that we really need to consider is because I'm not a medical professional, but I've always thought, first, do no harm. And I don't know if we took that into consideration. And if we looked at that first. Representative Potenza, Representative Belcher.
Madam Chair, I want to comment on, 100 things that you just said, but I'm going to start with the list that was known specifically for emergency youth authorization injections. The list that was known from the big companies, Pfizer and Moderna, they knew these in November, possibly earlier, but we saw a slide that showed that. And that none of the public knew about that. And only until lawsuits released, and we should put that on the record, when the lawsuits released specifically for Pfizer documents, 9 pages of all of the different side effects, no one knew any of that. But the ones that they did know, which were big, pericarditis, all of that. And it was a long list. And for them to come out with Be Safe and have things like fever, nauseous, those things they're not critical. And they should have had, the radio buttons on Be Safe with those other, and they didn't. But that all comes to the whole piece of informed consent. And so when we were using massive amounts, this whole uptick of trying to get everyone, in the state injected, and people were horrible to each other. Saying, did you get, have you been vaccinated? Have you been vaccinated? Oh my gosh. I mean, just asking random people. You'd walk into a store and people would ask it was crazy. There was no such thing as personal medical privacy anymore. There was nothing. It was out the window. But I know for a fact from a pharmacist that there was absolutely zero informed consent at a pharmacy. This is a very large pharmacy, actually, a chain. There was no handout that gave that list that he was talking about that the pharmaceutical companies knew were specific serious adverse side effects. That's informed consent. And they knew that information from their 6 months or so of clinical trials. That is it right there. That's, to me, where the rubber meets the road. There's no questions asked. Everyone should have had that information. So for every mall, every, New Hampshire Motor Speedway drive-through, every single person, before they had an injection in their arm, should have had a piece of paper that said, you need to know, in a sense, that you are part of this massive experiment, because we didn't have enough data to know what was going to happen. So they were, in a sense, part of a clinical trial, and they should have known, hey, this is what we know right now. We're still moving forward with this. It's under emergency use. It's not authorized. All of the data is not out, but you have to know before you do this. And not any of those people did. And I don't know what those numbers are. Here in New Hampshire, we have 1.4 million people. Last I knew, we were upwards of, when this was all going on in 2021 and 2022, when people were getting first shot, second shot, and boosters, we were close to, I believe, 80% in the state, 70, possibly 80% that were that had been injected at that point. So to me, that is, with no informed consent, these people were going into something blind. They were, a lot of people had fear. Some of them were, if they had to keep their job, were bullied or shamed or whatever into getting it. And it was awful. I remember talking to, I need to get her name because I'd love her to come testify, a police officer. And even though that they were protected here in the state, see, that's the key. You know, nobody, they say, oh, well, they weren't forced, but whatever. But it was like they were forced, because if you were the only one in your department that wasn't, how they were treated was awful. She was shamed and bullied by upper management, especially with masking and things like that. It was awful. And so she succumbed to it, and she's vaccine injured. Young woman, doesn't think she's ever going to be able to have children now. Horrible story. There's some of us that ran for office because of this, and from hearing these stories, and I'm one of them. And but just listening to that, to me, I think more than anything else, and I'd like to know what our state knew. Did our state know those serious adverse effects? And we did not. In our massive efforts of getting everyone injected, did we not provide that information to the public?
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I would tend to concur with all I've heard thus far here. And I would like to go a little deeper into some things and talk about, perhaps propose some things that we might consider. We do have, albeit not total, we do have some power and some authority given our circumstance at the moment. And I think we should consider utilizing some of it in order to properly do this. Some things I'd like us to look at, if we would agree, would be to send out some questions to certain parties to see if we can get some answers. Specifically, I would like to see us send some questions to pertinent federal regulators, as well as certain pharmaceutical corporations who were involved in some of the data we found out yesterday. I would like to find out some specific information. I would like to request access to the entirety of data from the VAERS analysis and the vSafe analysis, as well as all methodologies used to determine safety signals. I would like to ask them point blank, when was the first time you became aware that a safety signal existed using either or both methods that were outlined for the vaccines in question? I would like to request information from the pharmaceutical companies as to why they decided to immediately vaccinate the control group after approximately 2 months over the preferences that were expressed by the Food and Drug Administration. Now, we obviously are a little limited in trying to obtain this information if it is not something that's willingly given, but I think there's no harm whatsoever in trying to receive this information. Beyond that, we have a little more power when it comes to this, but I would like to find out if any New Hampshire regulators or executive personnel had access to any of these data when it comes to the vaccines in real or near real time as it was rolled out. I would like to know if DHHS had access to these databases, if they were aware of any safety signals that existed or were being exceeded, and if so, when they became aware of them. I would like to know now what they believe as in terms of these safety signals and the methodologies that were being used by the FDA and CDC. And I would like to ask them what their current opinion is on the safety and efficacy of the vaccines, especially the mRNA vaccines in question, given the data that we've seen from yesterday. On to the next item. Yesterday, I had my mind repeatedly blown by a lot of this data that came out. A lot of my own personal understandings and narratives were challenged in some of the information. I'm still working through it, and it's going to take some time. But now I'd like to return the favor and blow up a few narratives myself. So I'd like to read into the record quickly not in total, just by title, from the United States Congress, the staff report on the Committee of the Judiciary and the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, United States House of Representatives, the weaponization of CISA, how a cybersecurity agency colluded with big tech and disinformation partners to censor Americans. And this report details in some depth, including, and there's other articles and whatnot about this as well you can find, about how the federal government appears to have, through the organization CISA, C-I-S-A, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure, or Cyber and Infrastructure Security Association. I'll find out exactly what that means. But they worked directly with industry partners in non-governmental organizations, and they had direct access through custom-made applications and communication software, including with the FBI and other intelligence agencies, to big tech companies, such as Google, such as the social media companies, in which they utilized information warfare techniques to censor Americans who were expressing their own stories about what happened to them after receiving vaccines or other items that had to do with COVID and government actions during COVID. They even had analysis of techniques to use to automate the process of targeting narratives as they were developing before they could take off and achieve any sort of social hold, as well as putting out information that was their preferred narrative that appears in hindsight to have been patently false. And again, this is an official government document from the federal government.
Can you give the date and stuff of that? So.
Sure. This was from June 26, 2023, this particular report.
Could you forward that to the
Yes,
committee,
absolutely.
please?
It will be forwarded to the committee. So that's one interesting thing that I think deserves to be looked at a little bit. And even more recently, just in this last week, I would like to also read into the record, and these ones I have already sent to the committee. Yeah. Based on the report of another report from the United States House of Representatives titled An Evaluation of the Evidence Surrounding EcoHealth Alliance Incorporated Research Activities. This report of May 1st, 2024 documents the extreme violations of policy and perhaps law, I would argue, by the corporation EcoHealth Alliance. This was described as an intermediary or pass-through organization for grant making. They received taxpayer funds from the United States federal government for which to then make grants according to United States law and policy set forth by the NIH and FDA
Could
into
you,
research.
for folks,
Yes.
what is the NIH?
The National Institutes of Health, which is the organization that had been run by Anthony Fauci, or perhaps still is. Did he retire? I'm not sure. We'll find that out. Anyway, this organization was a pass-through organization that makes grants for medical research. Now, gain-of-function research is something that is prohibited under federal law as being excessively dangerous. And what it does is it involves taking pathogens, such as viruses, and manipulating their genomes and their characteristics such that they gain functions that they, in theory, might someday come to gain through natural processes, but they, through this non-natural selective process that they engineer, cause them to gain rapidly things such as increased virulence, increased transmissibility, the ability to jump from human to human.
Representative
Yes.
Belcher, wasn't that one of the questions, I believe, and I'm not positive, that was circulating out there during COVID that people were saying was, thought that this might be a gain of function virus.
Indeed. And this report plays into that question because it was asked of a number of people during various congressional testimonies whether there was gain of function research funded at the Wuhan Institute of Virology in Wuhan, China, by the organization EcoHealth Alliance as an intermediary from the National Institutes of Health. The answer was given as no. There was no gain of function research. However, this report finds that that testimony was not accurate. There was gain of function research funded by the United States taxpayers through the intermediary EcoHealth Alliance against federal law in a foreign military laboratory. The Wuhan Institute of Virology is a military laboratory of the People's Liberation Army of the Chinese Communist Party.
Is Dr. Fauci associated with either the National Institute of Health or the Eco Alliance?
Yes, Dr. Fauci was, perhaps still is, but he certainly was the head of the NIH and the individual who would have ultimately been responsible for approving such grant making. He held a lot of money available to him to make grants to other entities with. So they would have been approved. Whether or not he specifically approved funding to the Institute of Virology or the Wuhan Institute is another story, because there's some suggestion here that this was sort of something that was being done by EcoHealth Alliance, perhaps without the knowledge of the federal government, or perhaps with. It's hard to know exactly. But they were nonetheless in violation of law. And as a result of this, the Department of Health and Human Services, Office of the Secretary of Washington, D.C., in this letter dated, where is it dated? Go to the bottom. I don't see a date. I'll find the date, but it's from the last roughly week. They have noticed the suspension and proposed debarment of EcoHealth Alliance from any further receipt of taxpayer funding as an intermediary to fund these various medical research programs based on their gross violation, and not just violation, but this details how they repeatedly requested information during the COVID pandemic of EcoHealth Alliance because there were allegations that were considered credible that the Wuhan Institute of Virology developed the SARS-CoV-2 virus in their laboratory from which it spilled, and that funding may have been paid for by the American taxpayer through EcoHealth Alliance. EcoHealth Alliance stonewalled this investigation, refusing to provide the documents that would have demonstrated the truth or the falsity of this claim, and that's the reason for their suspension and disbarment.
Do we know how much money has been given to that organization?
I'm sure we can find that out. I don't have it off the top of my head here.
I just want to say something about the social media aspect that you were talking about. Now, people say, oh, yeah, you're being censored on. I mean, I don't use social media, so I'm very illiterate when it comes to that. So, we're being censored on Facebook, or we're being censored on Twitter, or whatever other social media is out there. And, I'd say, well, maybe a little, maybe somebody's doing something offensive. However, we have heard testimony after testimony in this committee, and I have heard numerous complaints from constituents on how they can no longer post on something, or their posts are being taken down, or you can't comment on them, etc., etc. We are supposed to be a free country, and freedom of speech is our First Amendment right. I understand that our distinguished guest yesterday said that they are private companies and they can do what they want. However, if they're going to censor our First Amendment rights, they should put that in there right at when you're signing up, that we have the right, and maybe it's in the small fine print, but they should list what type of speech they're going to censor, not just arbitrarily oh, this time we're going to censor this type of speech, and tomorrow we're going to censor that type of speech. Because what I find when people are censoring things or prohibiting things, and, I'll just use an analogy I told my children once. My son said, Mom, mosquitoes should be outlawed. I said, that makes perfect sense. I think that's a great idea. I said, however, what if someone said snakes should be outlawed and you like snakes? Well, that wouldn't be very good. I said, see how it works? You may not think something is good and should be outlawed, and somebody else will say, yeah, I agree with you. But then eventually they'll get around to what you think should stay and they want outlawed. It's pretty simple. He got it. Representative Belcher, Representative Leckis first, and then Representative.
Thank you. I think trust is the thing, or the destruction of trust, I think is going to be much more harmful in the future than a lot of other things. My dad told me when I was a little girl that as long as you always told the truth, people would always trust whatever you said. And there would be a time when, yeah, what you said might be doubtful, but if you were known for always telling the truth, you would be believed. But if you only once told a lie, that trust would take a really long time of telling the truth to come back. Because ever after that, people would be like, but is this one of those times, right? And unfortunately, what we've seen throughout this whole pandemic and with testimony that we've gotten is there was an awful lot of sometimes overt lies and sometimes just lies through omission, misleading information. And like, for instance, with the young lady we were talking about who had, wait a minute. Darn. She had a feeding tube, she was in a wheelchair, all kinds of things, and that was part of the trials, right? And those were the injuries that were almost immediately obvious, and she continued downhill. And how did it get reported? Abdominal pain. Abdominal pain. She's got a feeding tube, she's in a wheelchair, she can't do anything, and it's abdominal pain.
But not
oh, I'm sorry.
not only that, Representative Leckis, it wasn't just that she had abdominal pain. It was that the investigator said he didn't feel that it was related.
Right.
Didn't feel when it happened almost immediately.
Yes. But the idea that COVID came from a lab, right? I knew that in 2019. That information was put out shortly after it went out. I read there were links to the papers written by the doctor who created it. There were paper paths of the money that was given to them. There were documents as to the fact that that lab was not secure and ran the risk of biologicals getting out. All that information was there, and that the Chinese government, when they found out that they had succeeded, said, shut it all down, get rid of it all. That was in 2019. And then to have the federal government, our government, including Fauci from the NIH, who was in charge of giving that money to that organization, right? Because it had to go through him. Oh no, it was natural and all of that. I mean, it was supposedly a conspiracy theory that nothing more than that it was manufactured. But we already knew that. I saw that evidence in 2019. So I remember when they were saying that, I was like, what the heck are they talking about? They know where this came from. I know where this came from. And it's thing and thing and thing after that. I had read there was a study that a hospital had done about why ventilators were not the proper response and how it could actually be killing people. And what they were doing research, they found a lot of clots and stuff. They found that vitamin C, massive vitamin C, would help prevent that. All kinds of information. I posted that, not a commentary on it, the study, and got misinformation, and that got the link to that disappeared, etc. That was facts that people needed to know. That was a real study by a real hospital that would potentially have saved people's lives, but it was being shut down. It was not being distributed.
And why do you think that is?
If I had to make a guess, I'd say money. That's what we keep seeing. Follow the money, follow the money. Somebody was going to benefit. Like, for instance, if there was no treatment, and that's another thing, all these treatments that these doctors were finding and coming up with, and we've heard from medical doctors, etc., the treatments, ivermectin, hydra, whatever, you know what I'm saying, hydroxychloroquine, treatments that were working, and yet that became a no-no. You couldn't say that. You'd lose your license, et cetera, et cetera. Pharmacists couldn't even have it in, to fill prescriptions. And that also, I mean, I think that was because, well, they made an awful lot of money on vaccines and some of the other treatments, new treatments that they came up with. And if we had had treatments that would work, we could not have done an EUA. We could not have allowed that those vaccines, they would not have been libel-free because we had another treatment. As long as we had another treatment, we couldn't do that. And here's my problem with all of that. We may have another pandemic in the future. Who's going to believe what should be done, right? And that's the big harm that I see in telling all these lie after lie after lie. Not only were people killed or died who didn't need to be, if we have in the future a pandemic that is very dangerous, much more so than this proved to be, who's going to listen? When they say, do this or don't do this, who's going to listen? We have lost the trust of the people, and that could be very harmful in the future. And my question is, how are we going to get it back?
Well, that is a great question because, I've been told your word is everything, right? That's basically all you have. And once you lose that, I know people that have lost trust in doctors because they no longer trust what they're saying because of either misdiagnosis or they feel that, their first reaction is just prescribe a medicine instead of treat the cause. It's let's treat the symptom. So I mean, it is going to be incredibly tough. It's okay to say, gee, I made a mistake, or I changed my mind, or I found out new information, but just to squelch it and deny the people in this country, we are supposed to be the freest country in the world. And we suppressed speech. We suppressed ideas. How do we accomplish great things in this country? Because we collaborate with ideas. You have people, you discuss opposing ideas, and usually the best solutions come when two opposing parties come together and figure something out. That's how we advance things in this country. There's no one right way for everything. And to only listen to one side is dangerous. Representative Potenza.
So Representative Lucas, the stuff that you said, I think is huge. I mean, so many of the things that you just said, but one, even more so, how would we ever believe anything again? I don't think that we have the opportunity to, only because we can't get the message out. So here we are in New Hampshire when all of this started. If we're, let's just, all we're going to talk about is COVID. And so, in March, all the stuff happens, the hype, a lot of people were like, okay, I'll do my 2 weeks and all that. And then some of us that had some, kind of insight and started to dig right away, were like, okay, this is not going away. And then I realized very quickly after about 4 weeks that the schools weren't going to open back up, and this is how they're going to literally trample on everybody's civil liberties. The problem is, and let's just focus on New Hampshire, we didn't have, and we still don't have, one unbiased media outlet that is providing any of this information. And I don't need to mention any names or whatever, but we know who the one television station is that does all of the reporting, and they don't come out with any of that. There's a spin or whatever, and very political bias, and then pretty much all of the mainstream newspapers, there's about 4 or 5, and then the rest are online, are not providing this kind of information. So how would we would have to be able to get that out. We had almost 24/7. We had a governor and state epidemiologist and all of these people that were, DHHS, Laura Shibinette at the time, pounding weekly, sometimes even more than that, a narrative over and over and over and over and over again, where the rest of that media, newspaper, the television, was all lockstep. And if that doesn't change, in 60%, 70% of the 1.4 million in New Hampshire, if that's all they're listening to, and they don't listen to any of the other side because they can't hear it, it's squelched, and it still is squelched. You cannot search anywhere on Google and find this information. Doctors, React 19, ICANN, the FLCCC, you need to know it to find it. Epoch Times has some great things. That's more of a national thing. They've really put out a lot of different things that have come out, whether it be doctors and studies and stuff with COVID, which has been wonderful. Treatments showing, early on, vitamin D, talked about vitamin B, niacin, all these other types of things, which is wonderful. But that's a paid entity, and you can't just get that. Most of these too, even Concord Monitor, the Foster's Daily Democrat, where I'm located, those are all behind a paywall. And there's such a small percentage of people that have access to that. Not many people read the newspaper. My generation and younger, they spend a lot of time on social media, like social media news outlets where you can get some stuff, but that's still missing. I would have to say 70 to 80% or more of New Hampshire is not going to know this kind of stuff. How many people are going to actually know about this hearing? Like, they're not following, they're not tracking. So how could we really change that? That, to me, is where it has to come from the top. So whether you need a governor that's speaking that, whether you need an agency that's speaking that, full transparency, and where we have a legislature that passes laws to demand it, is important too. Yesterday, a lot of things came out with some legislation. This is no-brainer legislation, whether it means your right of conscience, or if it's religious or whatever, for whatever reason, you don't want to have an injection or a medical procedure or whatever, that is the utmost liberty interest. Those are the things that should be 100% nonpartisan. So I don't know how we can get there with what you're talking about unless it comes from that. I mean, I always say, pull all our money together and make our own kind of, news site or whatever, because it's trying to compete with the same ones that we're censoring and all of that, because their advertisers are the same entities that are they're making the money. So it's it's never going to happen. They're being paid. So I don't see a huge amount of change there unless our federal government can stop that too. It was talked about a little bit yesterday, but we're one of the only countries, and other countries kind of, I guess, look at us and somewhat laugh at us, how we let pharmaceutical companies, drug companies have these commercials. I mean, they're constant, just repeating whatever drug they're trying to peddle. And then we laugh in our household. We don't watch a lot of TV, but we laugh at the end of those commercials, because then it's like, okay, well, suicide and death and suicidal thoughts and and stroke and heart attack. But before that, it was like this wonderful, everything's so wonderful. They're, running through a garden or a field. And, oh, by the way, all of these side effects, because they have to give them. But, we're kind of a joke. We make our for having that level and that type of money. That's the money that controls news, that controls the narrative, and we stay in a kind of a perpetual state. So I think what you said is so important, though, is who are we going to trust? Some of the best doctors, the ones that always trusted and that said, hey, this worked for my patient. Oh my gosh, they lost everything, licenses and all that, in a free country. So I don't know how we can dismantle that medical industrial complex. These hospitals, protocols, they were paid more money for a COVID tagged death, for a COVID positive patient, for certain protocols.
Do we have actual data supporting that?
There is data that supports that, and but I want to make sure that it's absolutely factual. What we have, I have some things, but I need to know those source documents. I believe that some of the speakers that we've had here can help us with that. We do need to know that.
Yeah, we want to make sure that it's factual, and if you can email those documents to the committee so that we can put them in the record, that would be great.
There was a chart that came out over a year ago. Yuri, you might be familiar with it. Remember, it gave every state, and it gave an amount, just because you're on HHS, it gave an amount that hospitals were paid per COVID death. And some were in over 100,000 for so. But we need to know what that source document is. So it would be good for our committee to find that information.
Representative Polozov?
I have a couple of questions that I would offer for discussion. So first one is we are talking about possible way we see our legislation should go, but next Thursday we have Senate Bill 402, which have a good chances of passing, and New Hampshire General Court basically wants to give more authority to FDA and CDC, and say that basically our authority to review vaccinations that pharmacists are allowed to administer, we will cancel authority of New Hampshire General Court and just say if FDA and CDC feels that those vaccines are good, so go ahead and administer them. So just your thought like about, I mean, counter argument is that local politicians, that we are not doctors, we are not medical professionals, so we should not make those medical decisions. So let's let FDA and CDC do it. And basically, as we heard yesterday and in some other testimonies, it might be not the best decision. So just your thoughts on that.
Could you just explain, what are you saying? Because I'm not familiar with the bill as you are, because this is, I'm saying, your area of expertise more so than that we are going to be giving more authority to the FDA versus having our own state look into these things. Is that basically what you just said?
Basically, maybe it's more mild issue. It's more like before we could say no to a certain in a certain situation of pharmacists administering certain new vaccines, for example. And now we are saying no, New Hampshire General Court won't be involved anymore. It will be all according to FDA and CDC.
So technically, they're taking away all of our authority as legislators in regards to protecting the citizens of New Hampshire. Is that correct?
Yes. That's how I see it. But unfortunately, the way I feel, the majority of legislature see it the other way. So, not sure.
Well, I think maybe we should all have them watch the testimony from yesterday. Or at least suggest it, or maybe somebody can go through and pick out snippets and share with the general court so that they have an idea of what they're voting on. I know for me personally, it was an eye opener. I had no idea about a lot of that. Probably because my children are older and I react to medicines very poorly. So I'm always no and have been. So I'm probably fortunate that I've had that mentality only because of reactions. And, when we speak about that, right? Like I had a woman come in when we were talking about COVID vaccine, and she's like, I'd take the vaccine if they just told me what was in it, because she can no longer get the flu vaccine because of the inert, not the actual ingredient, but the inert ingredients that are in it, the inactive ingredients. And she's like, I'll take it, but I want to know what the inactive ingredients are. And she could not get it. And it was going to cost her a job. And she was concerned because if she had another reaction like she had with the flu shot, she would die. So her choice was get the vaccine, chance dying because we don't know what's in it, or keeping my job. I don't know. Let me think about that for a moment. It was a really difficult, obviously her life meant more than her job, but that also caused a hardship for her family. We didn't give her much of a choice. She wanted to get it. She just wanted to know the ingredients, and we couldn't even give her that. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to return for a moment to the issue of some of the censorship that occurred social media issues and whatnot. I do recall when I was injured in the aftermath of my vaccination, I tried to share just a factual story of what happened to me, what my experience was. And based on so-called misinformation policies, I was suspended from social media, and I was not allowed to return to social media until I deleted the posts in question. Now, at the time, I certainly didn't know this. I thought that they were just these social media companies following along with sort of what was seemed like a moral imperative that was being socially pushed on them. But now we know, I think quite factually, given the information in the congressional report I just read into the record, that these instructions and these narratives of how to censor and what was preferable to have out there publicly, it originated with the federal government. It originated with the with CISA and with individuals from the FBI and the DOJ.
So,
And this
Representative
is-
Belcher, I just want to interrupt you for one moment and forgive me for doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So, it wasn't actually the social media companies that were making this decision.
At least it's very arguable that it was not. Now, was there an enforcement mechanism from the federal government to force them to do this? I don't know if that's clear yet, but it is clear that there was an attempt at coercion, at the very least, from the federal government. They designed software where they had direct portals using a software system that they open on their computers that allowed them to transmit directly to personnel at big companies such as Facebook and Twitter, where they would give them lists of people and topics that they wanted removed and censored from their platforms. And this went directly to often what were called trust and safety teams, rather dystopianly, at these organizations, where they would then act on them. And this, again, this is not speculation. This is factual. There's currently a lawsuit pending as well called Missouri versus Biden. And this lawsuit is currently pending before the Supreme Court. I don't know if they've issued cert on this yet. A lower court judge identified in his finding and in the injunction that he placed on the federal government, he said, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said this is the biggest First Amendment violation in this nation's history. That the censorship was outrageous, what was occurring. And again, I believe this is pending right now before the Supreme Court. I think they're going to take this up probably in this next year. And hopefully something good and more information will come out of this. But yeah, we know that this was not a private company making private decisions without any outside influence. This was a government influenced censorship campaign and narrative campaign to build a certain narrative. And we know this was done actually in coordination with other countries too. This was done in coordination with the Five Eyes nations. It was done with MI5 in Britain. This was not a standalone effort. The entire Western world seems to have thrown the very concept of freedom of speech and freedom of conscience and freedom of religion. All of those things just kind of went out the window. And to speak to what you said earlier, you gave a listing of how they ignored certain harms and focused exclusively on this one thing. And there's actually a word for that. The word is safetyism. Safetyism is when you become myopic and you focus exclusively on one harm without weighing the countervailing considerations that will come with any action you take. Because we know that anything the government does or does not do comes with both intended and unintended consequences. And it just appears right now that those unintended consequences and other things were ignored because this became as we heard yesterday, a certainly ideological and perhaps even borderline religious conviction of mitigating COVID at any cost.
So, a couple things is one, that judge's ruling, the lower court, could you email that to the committee?
Yes, I'll find that.
That would be great, just so we can have that, for backup and to substantiate what we're discussing here. The other thing is, my family, COVID went through our family early on, right at the beginning of the whole pandemic and the shutdowns. And so we, when the vaccines came around, we figured, our immune system was pretty good at that time, but there was a lot of controversy about that. But you know what really boggled my mind yesterday? Was when he said, well, if you get the COVID vaccine, they finally admitted that you still can transmit COVID. How long did they deny that? How long did they know that it would be transmissible once the injection, you were given the injection? How long did they know that you could still get COVID even if you got the vaccine or the COVID shot? How long did they know about that? And I think once it came out that people started getting COVID after being vaccinated, I think the new narrative was, well, it will soften the symptoms. But if we look at the charts and the death rates, I don't know if that supports that. Representative Polzoff.
And just anecdote, my coworker and his daughter, I think probably he understood that his daughter is not risk population, and maybe he himself is young enough, but he was definitely getting vaccine for himself and COVID vaccine for his daughter because his wife was immunocompromised.
How old is his daughter, please?
So about 10 years old. A child. So the point being, yes, people were not informed that, and many people, even if they understood the risk of vaccination, they felt that they are protecting vulnerable relatives or vulnerable populations, and they were not informed that it's not the case.
Right. I think we heard here from Dr. Kulldorff that really the target group was the older population that we really needed to be concerned about, and they were the ones that really needed to be protected and vaccinated. And as an infectious disease doctor, and hearing him talk about that and talking about how technically, I think he said anyone like under 40, or maybe it's even 50, really the risk of COVID is minimal compared to what I believe, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think the risk benefit is there, and that nobody under the age of 50, I believe he believes should be getting vaccinated. So, and this is not a doctor who is against vaccines, because he does believe in vaccines and he believes in people getting vaccinated. But he also believes, I think, listening to his testimony, that there are target populations for different vaccines. So, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And since I've brought it up, and I will forward this to the committee, it will become part of the official record. I just wanted to quote quickly from that lower court decision, that I've got it in front of me. In the case Missouri versus Biden, in the judgment attached to the injunction, The present case arguably involves the most massive attack against free speech in United States history. In their attempts to suppress alleged disinformation, the federal government, and particularly the defendants named herein, and there is quite the list of defendants, are alleged to have blatantly ignored the First Amendment's right to free speech. Although the censorship alleged in this case almost exclusively targeted conservative speech, the issues herein raised go beyond party lines. And the list of people enjoined and as a part of this includes almost every federal agency that we would be looking at here, including not just the FBI and CISA, but also the NIH, the CDC, the FDA, and others.
I will make one point, and this has been said from a lot of our speakers, is that New Hampshire did pretty good. So I just want to make sure that we got some things right. I don't ever want to say that we got it all wrong. And I don't think this is a learning curve for all of us here. But next time we need to do better. And I think that what we need to understand is that there were conflicting information being given out, as we heard in testimony from the Commissioner of Education. He was given guidance to schools, and they were opted not to follow the state guidance, which was less restrictive, and following federal guidance, which was more restrictive. And I think that comes down to fear. And when you instill fear into a population, it's very hard to discern which way to go because of that. And fear does play an important point in our lives, but it can't rule our lives. And I think that's what happened. We let fear rule our lives and dictate everything. And I think that is something that can never, ever, ever happen again. There is always has to be something to look forward to. There has to be gratitude. There's always something to be grateful for. Even if it's just there's no rain today. And I think that we as public servants and as the government, we need to understand that everything is not doom and gloom. We have to, yes, things can be bad, but there's always something, even if it's the tiniest thing, that we can be grateful for or that's positive. And we need to make sure we outline those positives. Representative Blekis.
Following on that, and fear. Fear keeps us safe quickly at the moment, tells us jump out of the way of the car, etc. I mean, it has a reason why we have it. But there is a lot of evidence. We know that fear also interferes with making rational, logical decisions. It acts as, it's that back part of our brain, right, that keeps us alive. But it also interferes with that front part of our brain that reasons. And I believe that fear, stirring fear, increasing fear was intentional on the part of various members of our government. And as example, if you listen very carefully to the things that Fauci, for instance, said, he would always say, well, this could happen, or this might cause this, or whatever, when we know now it really didn't and doesn't. And you can see that for a long time. For instance, during the AIDS epidemic, he said, well, children might be able to get AIDS from coming in contact with somebody who has it, right? Casual contact. Well, we know that wasn't the case. We pretty much knew that wasn't the case then. And he pretty much knew that wasn't the case then. So by saying it might happen, it could be, everybody takes that as, oh my goodness. And then look at all of the AIDS patients who were abandoned, who had to survive alone, whose relatives, friends, etc., were terrified to come and visit them because they might get AIDS. Now, see, that's one of those lies of omission. He was right, I guess. It could, maybe it was a possibility, but by saying those things over and over, it instilled fear in people. It made it a big deal. And this is what we saw over and over with COVID, all the things that could be, might be. You know, those wordings were very careful. I listened to those and I said, he didn't say, these are the odds, we have evidence, whatever. He said, this might be, this could be. And it was all to build fear amongst the population.
So, wow. First, I'm going to say, because here we have someone that already did this once and we allowed him to do it again. And I can tell you from personal experience that that is true. My mom, after being vaccinated, came down with COVID. Nobody in my family would go see her. However, I called a doctor, friend of mine, and said, you know, I've had COVID. What do you think? He's like, well, when did you have it? I told him, and he goes, yep, no problem. So I would go over and bring her whatever she needed and make sure she was okay and stuff. I never got COVID from her. But if I didn't go, she would have been alone with nobody to go and see her. How many other people or parents or elderly people had that happen to them and didn't have anyone to go and visit with them? I mean, I would have gone anyways, but I just wanted to double check what my chances were of getting, you know, if I would get COVID again. But the thing is that was the narrative. My dad was taken to the hospital at the very beginning of when COVID happened, right after the lockdowns. And I will never forget, and thank God for the paramedics. That's all I can say is thank God for them. They made sure that he took his phone. I don't know if he has an iPad, might have an iPad, and his chargers. They said, take those with you. If they did not do that, we would have had no, and I mean no, communication with him at all. We were not allowed to go to the hospital. We were not allowed to see him. We were allowed nothing. He was isolated. And guess what he didn't have? Oh, COVID. He did not have COVID. But yet, at that time, he was treated like he was dead, and we were banned from seeing him. Fortunately, because of the paramedics, we were able to communicate with him and talk to him via Zoom or whatever he had on his iPhone. But that's because we had people that told him what to take with him to make sure that we would have communication. How many people didn't have someone tell them that and they were alone that did have COVID and did die alone without their family. And those family members never got to say goodbye. Representative Lucas and then Representative Belcher.
I just want to remind all of us, I guess, that in the beginning, we didn't know. There was a lot we didn't know. And so we were being super, super careful. And that was a good thing. Because if this disease would have proven to be as deadly to the whole populace as we thought, the things we did in the beginning were good. But fairly quickly, and from things we've been hearing, I think there was a lot more known at that point than was being let out. But because the people who know those things or knew those things weren't letting it out, the majority of people, the majority of officials, the majority of doctors, et cetera, were doing the best they could. And what they were doing, I think, made sense for the first little bit. But then as we knew it was the elderly, et cetera, as we knew that children were not actually going to spread COVID to their grandmas, because they didn't get it, then the fact we should have been informed all along as we knew, so we could say, okay, we did the best we could there. We now know this, let's do this. And I think that's the problem, is that we stuck with that protocol even after we knew it didn't work, it wasn't appropriate. I mean, in the beginning, we washed everything, right? And then we found out that we actually, it's not, you can't get it from surfaces, right? But we still kept up that protocol, even though we had learned that's not how it spread. And a lot of things like that. And that's, people have to be willing, I think, to say, okay, I did the best I could with what I knew. I now know other things. I was wrong, and this is what I know now, and this is what we should do. But it just seems like there's a lot of pride in not wanting to admit that they said the wrong thing or a mistake was made. Well, everybody makes mistakes. I think the problem is when you're not willing to admit it and move on from there. I mean, you respect somebody who says, okay, with the information I had, I made this decision. It was the wrong decision. I now have this information. Go forward. And I think in the future, like starting later today, that's part of, I think, what we need to do to begin to get some trust back, is for people to be willing to say, I made a mistake about this. I was wrong about that. This is what I know now. This is, but we don't seem to allow people to change their mind or change or anything. You see that in the news all the time. Somebody who used to believe one way, then you see they say, oh, I've learned this since then, and now I believe this way. And what happens? The news, social media, everybody attacks them constantly. Yeah, well, they used to, whatever, and they're just fakes and all kinds of stuff. It's like, no, they're humans. We make the best decisions we can with the information we have. As we get more information, we change our mind.
I wholeheartedly agree. And I think that if that had happened early on, we wouldn't be having the discussion about trust. I said, but they didn't. And they're still trying not to. And that is the biggest problem. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to offer a perhaps counterintuitive silver lining to some of these things that have happened. And that silver lining, that piece of good news for me, is that trust in government and established media has collapsed. Collapsed through the floor. And here's why I think that's good news. We, government, are not to be trusted. For those watching, we sitting here, we are not your friends and we are not your family. We have power over you. That means you need to watch us because power corrupts. You do not trust government, you watch government, and you make sure it doesn't get out of control. The trouble now comes in with the fact that what we've seen in some of the documents I read in this morning and previously is that we are dealing with not just collapse in government trust, we're also dealing with collapse in institutional trust. That is a real problem. So what we need to be looking at, I think, is why and what we can do about that. And I think it's entirely clear based on these things that there is anti-competitive cartel behavior that is being conducted in both the private sector and the public sector, and at the federal level especially, in what are commonly known these days as public-private partnerships. And I would only add in here a quote that according to Benito Mussolini, the definition of fascism is the combination of state and corporate power. So I would throw that out there. But we have a collusion happening with, and this is demonstrated in the House documents I read into the record, that government is working with NGOs and private companies to affect cartel behavior, to control narratives, to do censorship, and to push certain ideas, and to keep things out of the public record. Now, let me read from you our charge as a legislature under New Hampshire Constitution, Article 83. We are charged with crushing, and I quote, conspiracy, monopoly, and any other unfair means of market manipulation. This is in the New Hampshire Constitution. We have a charge to do it as a legislature, and it is within our power to do this. So I think that is something that we can look at down the road, either in our report or as we may come back next year and introduce legislation. What can be done to stifle the cartel behavior that is eroding public trust in our public institutions in order that we don't have a total collapse in society? Because trust in government shouldn't be there. Trust in institutions is important.
Thank you for that clarification, and thank you, Representative Belcher, for citing that article, Article 83 from the New Hampshire Constitution. I think that's extremely powerful. Always being one to believe in transparency, no matter where it may lead, whether I agree or not agree, I think is essential to good governance. Truth in labeling, informed consent, etc., should be something that New Hampshire should strive to be on the cutting edge of. We should lead the charge. Because if we are to live up to our motto, which is live free or die, but death is not the worst of all evils, is the complete motto by John Stark. Then transparency at all levels, everywhere, will be the only way that citizens of New Hampshire can make informed decisions and know exactly what they're signing up for, exactly what is going on. Representative Potenza.
Madam Chair, I agree with everything that you just said, and I wanted to comment on Representative Lekis and Representative Belcher, all these points that have been given, and even on something that you said previously. I don't use my litmus test as, okay, well, New Hampshire wasn't, we did some things right, we did some things wrong. New Hampshire wasn't as, or many people have said New Hampshire wasn't as bad as, oh, this state, that worst state, whether it be, a lot of people talk about how bad New York was, how bad other states were. I don't go based upon that. Every single person that is in our government, especially our executive, took an oath to both New Hampshire Constitution first and the U.S. Constitution second. And I have to say that when this was all going down, that's what I followed. And there weren't many in this country. And I don't give a pass. I don't care if you trampled on one right or 100. None of it should have ever happened because you were elected. The people are the ones that hold the trust. They're the ones that are managing. They're the ones that are the boss. They're basically, they're the boss. And we work for them. Kristi Noem in South Dakota, and there's probably a lot of different videos and things that you could read about, but I saw her in person and she spoke on this directly. Whether you like her or not, I'm only talking about how she handled specifically COVID when it came to federal money, protocols, and all of that. She literally said in this meeting, she took out right in the early on, she took out her constitution. She read it thoroughly. She wanted to know exactly where her authority rested. She didn't do all those executive orders. She didn't do any of that. They didn't take any of the federal money. It was quite incredible. And she wanted to make sure that she stayed within her authority versus New Hampshire with our governor had over 100 emergency and executive orders, and that was a runaway freight train for the live free or die state. That's my litmus test. I don't care about we weren't as bad or whatever. Nope. We decided to have in our state, we had an executive branch that picked the winners and the losers. And I will never forget that. State liquor stores, you're all fine. You can all stay open. You're considered essential. Small little mom and pop restaurant, sorry, shut it down. No, I there's no way I can ever just forget any of that. Having a government decide who was essential and who wasn't was out of control. And those are the things that, to me, can never, ever happen again. So whatever all the different components of the report that we provide here, the most important thing is to say we have to follow the law, our foundational law, our constitutions. We have to have people that are elected that take their oath seriously and then don't overextend on people's rights, no matter what the emergency.
Thank you, Representative Potenza, for your opinion. And I think we need to, I'm not going to say what you said is wrong, but as Representative Leck has pointed out, the first few weeks we just weren't sure. And the big question is who knew what when? And so to say that all decisions were wrong, I would not want to go down that road because of if something in the future that could be worse. However, I think finding out the data of who knew what when is important. And Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd just like to broaden our look a little bit too, because I know that the executive branch catches a lot of flack, and I do think some of that is deserved. But we need to look at everything that happened with all the branches of government. And I think that really needs to include the fact that we effectively shut down our court system for the entire duration, for however, a year and a half or more. How much damage was done to our basic foundational system of justice because people didn't have speedy trials. The ability to bring lawsuits for things was interrupted. Families needing to go to family court to deal with their issues. I mean, how it boggles my mind that the pensioner who lost a lot and it was struggling on Social Security, so they had to go get a job as a greeter at Walmart or a bagger at Market Basket, is a frontline employee, and they can be there doing their job during the pandemic, but we don't have judges seated at their bench because it's too dangerous. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe for the initial brief period, sure. I was a little panicked too. I'll admit that I fell for some of the early disinformation, and I was worried, and I was watching what happened. I was like, okay, 2 weeks. I can do 2 weeks. We'll kind of evaluate everything and see where we're at. And then that was extended, and it was extended again, and the judiciary remains shut down. The executive, well, the executive certainly didn't shut down. The executive kicked in the hyperdrive, and in some ways became three branches unto itself. And the legislature eventually got back into session and did work, although it was interrupted to some degree. But I think as a part of our charge in investigating the COVID response, we really need to dive into the judiciary a little bit and figure out why did anybody believe it was necessary to keep the judiciary closed for that length of time? How many people may have been impacted by not being able to get trials in a speedy fashion, as is their constitutional right, and everything else that had to do with that, and what happened there?
All good points. As you know, this afternoon we'll have Commissioner Caswell in here talking about the monies that were received and how they were dispensed. On May 31st, Director Buxton from Homeland Security was instrumental in some of the guidance, I believe, will be here to talk with us. We also have to understand that the executive branch relies on the governmental agencies to make their decisions. So if you're relying on your governmental agencies and the CDC and the federal government guidance, you better be able to trust the people in your state. I'm just going to throw that out there. Representative Potenza, and then we will break for lunch.
Yeah, I just would like to comment on what Representative Belcher said. Yeah, it didn't fall in that one. That was, of course, what I was referencing that, but the same thing, the shutting down of the legislature, as well as, oh my gosh, the judicial. We had a case that was supposed to take place during that time. I just have to tell you how difficult it is during regular time for anyone that is not fluent. You have to you can't talk to the courts directly. It's very hard to do that. You have to go through an 800 number. They have this whole process. And then you can't just walk down and fill out paperwork. It's extremely hard. They push you everything's online. It's all through this New Hampshire court system. And not everyone is computer savvy like that. It's not an easy system to work. And so you can just imagine that's how it normally is right now. It was prior to the pandemic, and it is currently like that. So you can just imagine there's nobody in the courts, no one's, and then you're forcing people that are not fluid with working and filing and having to attach documents and all of that kind of stuff in an online system. So you could it's to me even worse. But yeah, it was, we have to find that information out. I think that should all be on the record as well, Representative Belcher, that exactly how much time. I believe it was close to a year and a half. how much injustice was there for all of those people is mind-boggling. And just my little experience that I had was debilitating. So I can't imagine for serious situations, whether it be with children involved in family court. I do have to say that when the schools were shut down, and we were living in Bedford at the time, I talked to several Manchester school teachers. They were actually on their own when kids wouldn't show up to class online. They were driving directly to their homes because they were afraid for their welfare. So you can imagine not having all of these things in place. People took it on their own to do things like that. I can imagine how many stories. I would love to have people in the committee that would talk to us about stuff like that, because they were scared for the health and well-being of children that basically just fell off the grid during those times.
Being almost noontime, we're going to recess until 1 o'clock. And thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I just like to take us out of recess, and I'd like to welcome Representative Wheeler. And please, would love to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the COVID Efficacy Response Committee, Response Efficacy Committee. My name is Representative, for the record, Jonah O'Ryan Wheeler. I'm here today because this committee is handling the response to COVID, looking over what the state's response was, how it was handled with the citizens of the state. And I have my own personal story of how the vaccine was handled in my case. I want to caveat by saying that I'm not a scientist and I'm not an expert on vaccines, or so I'm not going to claim any expertise or make any claims as to what happened to me. But what I can say is that I started off a very pro-vaccine person. I grew up in a household that wasn't, and went to public school and was told that I was going to die because my mom didn't give me vaccines. That is what I was told by my health teacher. And as a result, I forced my mother to bring me to the doctor and get my vaccines, MMR, all these things that I hadn't gotten before. And that's fine. Nothing, as far as I know, happened from those. During COVID in 2020, it was a very intense situation, as we all remember. People were dying at numbers that we hadn't seen, I suppose, and there was a lot of fear about what was going on. Families were isolated. I think of all the people that were in hospitals dying alone. I think of all the people that had their lives stripped away from them, their work, their livelihoods. It was an incredibly uncertain time. We all know that. I mean, it was, no matter what your opinion is, it was one of those things that felt like anything could happen in that period of 2020 to 2021. It wasn't until the fall of 2021 where I started to seriously consider, after having seen the rollout and et cetera, getting my vaccine. And I was hesitant because there was such a drumbeat towards everybody getting a shot that it made me hesitant, knowing the history of this country's treatment towards poor and low-income people with the Tuskegee experiment, where they injected syphilis into black men without their consent for experimentation purposes, or other experiments done on the public by the United States government or its affiliates for experimentation on the public. Those are all public record. I was perfectly aware of those, and I was also concerned with the level of control that the people who are pushing these vaccines, Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, these pharmaceutical companies have so much control in our federal government that we know in the cases of the opioid crisis, where they told doctors to push the opioids they knew people would get addicted to onto the citizenry, or any of the other drugs that have been involved in the lawsuits that they've had to pay billions. They, as an as a industry, have had to pay billions to the federal government and our taxpayers for doing. Billions of dollars in lawsuits around drugs that have hopped clinical trials, drugs that have been rushed through the process and pushed as same words that they use for the vaccine, safe and effective. I was aware of this. And there were people in my life who knew that I had an opinion about these things. I was concerned about what I just laid out, the powers that be, and how they've approached this. Somebody knew that I had those concerns, came to me and said, well, throughout a whole conversation, we were having a conversation, and I told them why I was feeling hesitant. And they brought back to me after hearing my 10-minute long diatribe about, well, I'm worried about this, I'm worried about that. I'm hesitant because I'm looking at this situation where I'm hearing these people say one thing, and then scientists and the people in the journals of notes say a totally different thing. The vaccine stops transmission. This was fall of 2021. But we're finding out as the months go on in fall of 21 and then in the winter that it actually did not. Well, it's actually because it's going to lower your risk of hospitalization. Well, there's some evidence contrary to that fact if you're young. If you're an older person, there's some evidence that I've seen that suggests that it would help you. But if you're as I was at the time, an 18-year-old with no ill health effects, with a perfectly healthy 18-year-old, there is no evidence necessarily that risk is higher, is what I was seeing at the time. And the risk for myocarditis and pericarditis, that was really a big worry of mine as well. I liked to run. I liked to be active. I didn't want to have any cardio problems. I told this woman this, that we were having a meeting in downtown Peterborough. I was telling her this. And she told me after hearing my concerns, well, Joni, you have to make a choice because you want to run for office, I know, and you want to do this and that, and you have your job at the organization that I was working for, and you're going to have to make a choice because people are going to find out whether or not you're vaccinated. So you're going to have to get the vaccine or not and tell people what your choice is. Sitting there as an 18-year-old with this older woman who I respected at the time, telling me that I had to make that decision essentially right there, right then, as to whether or not to get that vaccine late fall of 2021.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you. So was a condition of your employment to be vaccinated?
It was heavily suggested that we get the vaccine.
Thank you.
Heavily suggested. Not mandated, but heavily suggested. There was mandated via, I knew at the time I'm not going to be able to go on business trips. I'm not going to be able to go to conferences because at the time they were able to say at these conferences, you need to have your vaccine shot. And they showed the card, you needed to show the card, et cetera. So this is running through my mind as she's saying, you want to run for office, you want to have your job here, you either get the shot or you don't. But just so you know, you have a job, you want to run for office, be aware what the consequences are. Essentially saying, if I don't get the shot, then, just be aware that people will know that, and she'll make an effort to tell people that I hadn't gotten the shot.
So do you feel like that was a form of coercion?
It was definitely a threat. It was definitely a threat of some kind. She wanted me to get that shot. It was bullying. That's what it was. And I sit there as an 18-year-old being, this woman that I respected. And I go back to my house and I'm wallowing about it. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? A couple of weeks go by and it was December of 2021. And finally, after being just disoriented from the news that was being pushed out, disoriented from this woman who kept texting me, did you get it yet? Oh, here's the van's coming through. Did you get it yet? And making sure that she texted a few other people to make sure that they would text me. She texted a African-American woman in town because she also had concerns and was able to alleviate that woman's concerns. That woman had texted me knowing that she could somehow there were a lot of people that were a lot of pressures that were put on me in that 4 or so week period from having the conversation with her. And
Representative
Apologies-
Belcher?
Apologies for the interruption. I just wanted to ask a quick question, if that's all right. Well, actually, 2 quick questions. So obviously a lot of pressure around this to get the vaccine. I guess my question would be on the whole, totality of circumstances, do you feel like mandates or strong recommendations that were made by state officials coming from within the state or the federal government, CDC, created an environment where you felt like you had to get it in order to move on with the direction of your life that you wanted to go in?
absolutely. And that was the big crux of the pressure. Am I going to be able to, if it's not running for the state house and if I'm not successful in that, am I able to hold my job at this nonprofit organization? Am I able to continue to do the good work that I was doing in the national public school system? Am I able to go to college if I wanted to after that? No, would be the answer to that and fall
Perfect.
for
That's
or
exactly what I
December
was
of
interested
21.
in knowing. And if I may, quick follow up. The second thing I wanted to ask is, now you mentioned that that this particular person had reached out to another African American woman in your town, alleviated concerns. They were also interested in trying to get you to become vaccinated. Do you have any sense as to whether this had anything to do with what was colloquially known as vaccine equity efforts at the time, where there was a push even above and beyond the general population to try to get any minority population vaccinated because they felt like they needed to increase those numbers?
I don't know if my case is exactly a push in that way. I know that a woman had reached out to another black woman because she knew that that was going to be helpful for me specifically, but I do know what you're talking about. And I remember in that summer and in the summer afterwards hearing about, well, how are we going to get the black people vaccinated, and hearing about watching the video of Anthony Fauci and the mayor of Washington, D.C. walk through the poor areas of Washington, D.C., the more black and poor areas of Washington, D.C., and trying to get these people vaccinated. And there was a large push around that. But I forget if that was exactly around the same time, or I don't think that had anything to do with mine.
Thank you. Yeah, and just to add to the record, we did have a vaccine equity program in New Hampshire where there was a certain percentage of the total vaccines that were available set aside from the general tranche only for minority populations at that time. Thank you.
Excuse me, Representative Belcher, if you can get that data and put in the records, I'd appreciate it.
Will do.
So it was December of 2021, and all these, sitting there wallowing about all these pressures, and even my mother at the same time was, I might get it myself. I had went to her about this. I might get it myself because I need to travel too, and if I have to go to Chicago or something like that, I might need it. Worried about the idea that there might be some requirement to get a vaccine to travel. And it was funny enough, it was a rainy day, and I had just driven. I knew that there was some clinic in New Ipswich, and honestly, all I can say is I was disoriented and not making. I wasn't in the right decision mindset. I was thinking that my whole life was based off of whether or not I could get it. I was thinking if somehow I could get somebody, I hate to admit this on the public record, but I think it was a consideration that a lot of people made. So I'm going to include it in the story. But there were people that came to me who were so anti-vax, friends of mine that knew that I was considering it and said, no, I'll get you a fake vaccine card. But, you hear about the fact that you're going to be put in prison for having one of those. I don't know if that was true or not, but I remember seeing that on the news and thinking to myself, well, I'm not getting put in prison over this. Being an 18-year-old who wasn't able to make that proper decision on his own. I hopped in my car and I drove to the clinic in New Ipswich and almost walked out, but kept in line. And I got my shot, and the woman, grabbed my arm, and the administration of the shot was, as far as I knew, fine. It was quick, but it was fine.
Representative Potenza?
So we've had a lot of hearings, especially for yesterday. We've a lot of discussion about informed consent and all of that. So I assume you got 2 shots, probably.
One.
Okay, so you got 1. Were you provided with before that person? Was it a medical professional or no? That
She was a nurse practitioner. It was through the Monadnock Community Hospital
Okay.
system. Yeah.
So were you provided with like a sheet that told you of all the everything? So you weren't given any information, no informed consent document.
No informed consent document. No. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And she grabbed the arm and gave me the shot, told me to sit down in the room that they had right there, and I sat down for 10 or so minutes just to make sure that I wouldn't pass out, I suppose is what the procedure was. And then once I was able to, I got up, I asked them if I could leave. I left, went into my car, went home. Threw up immediately when I got home. I don't know if it was nerves or what it was, but that did happen. And for about 2 months afterwards, it was fine. I had no symptoms or anything like that. I actually had kind of forgotten that I had gotten the shot. First week, I was all, oh my gosh, about it. But as soon as there was nothing happening, my concerns were alleviated. I said to myself, oh, my hesitancy is fine. I don't know what I was worrying about. Then March of 2022 happened, and I woke up one day with what I can only describe as heart palpitations. I woke up with my heart with an irregular beat. My chest was tight. Yeah, sure. Oh yeah. My chest was tight, and it was like feeling sick, headache, and everything. That lasted for about 3 hours, and I went to my mother and grandmother, and you're just having a headache, and I figured the same. From that point on, there was numbness in my arm, the left arm where I had gotten it. There was a pain in my chest right here over my heart. And it was like ebbs and flows. It was, some days it was a stinging, like, oh my God, this is really like uncomfortable. I have to adjust. And, some days it was a light, buzz. But that lasted until the summer, where it got really bad. I was running for election, walking around, and my office job became a lot more active. So I was out and about. I was up. I was doing things, and there were a number of times where, and mind you, I was an active kid until I wasn't sick. Didn't have the flu since 4th grade when I got it really bad, and never had it since. Perfectly healthy kid. Never had one problem whatsoever other than astigmatism in my eyes and maybe some migraines. And here I am walking doors and not able to make it 2 miles without having to sit down, knowing I can feel for myself. I knew my body. I knew that my stamina had gone down, that my ability to stand up and be up for a while had gone down, that my ability to be as active as I was had gone down, that my strength had gone down, that I was weaker than I used to be. I was eating just as much spinach as I had when I was 17 years old. I don't know necessarily what had changed. I had a perfectly healthy diet. I grew up with a mother who apprenticed under Hiroshi Hayashi, who was a famous chef here in Henniker. I grew up with great food, and it was well ate. I had good nutrition, good diet. That hadn't changed. Nothing about my life, my diet, anything had changed other than the fact that I had gotten the vaccine. So when I'm walking around here in the summer, sweating bullets like never before, unable to walk as I used to, run as I used to, be active as I used to, swim as I used to, bike as I used to, feeling the difference when I'm doing these things in the summer, feeling the difference when I'm going around driving And I can feel on my arm the numbness, and I can feel in my chest that slight pain. And thinking to myself, well, what could this be? What could this be? And yes, Madam Chair, I did think maybe it's the vaccine. I have no evidence for this. It is purely anecdotal, but given the fact that that is the only thing in my life at that point that had changed, that was a consideration of mine. That lasted up until about April of 2023. The shooting pain, the numbness, ebbs and flows. And when the winter had started up again and was less active fall and winter, it was not as prevalent, and actually I'd kind of slipped my mind as the craziness of being a freshman legislator came about. We get elected and we're swept up in the orientation of it all and getting swept up in everything. I had forgotten about it, as a matter of fact. Sometimes there would be a pain and I go, oof, but for the
No.
most part, I'd forgotten about it.
Now, did you ever go to the doctor for this?
I did. That's a good point. Actually, I'd forgotten about that. In fall of 2022, right before the election, I had gone to my primary care doctor about this because it was really, this was popping off as the election had really heated up, as we were really, large schedule at work. It was really just a busy season. And I think part of that could have been stress, although I didn't feel too stressed out. That doesn't necessarily mean you weren't stressed, but I didn't feel stressed. Felt pretty calm. I know what stress is. I've had, moments of stress, very stressful moments in my life before. I went to my doctor about it. He had said, oh, maybe it's stress. Being very dismissive, I told him the whole thing. I said, I'm getting pains in my chest. I have a numbness in my arm. And I said, look, doctor, I'm not trying to be an anti-vaxxer here. I got the shot because I don't want to be an anti-vaxxer. I had, he was the same doctor that had given me shots before when I had come, whatever that was, like 7th grade, when I had, forced my mom to bring me to the doctor to get some vaccines because I was all worried about it. He, trying to tell him, I am not an anti-vaxxer here, but doctor, when the only thing that has changed in my life is the vaccine, and now here I am passing out close to it on the side of the road in Sharon, walking in 75-degree heat, not even that hot. And I used to be able to, run forever, never stop, perfect endurance. Obviously a little bit of an exaggeration, but what's happening here? Oh, well, I have one other kid who's with me who might be going through the same thing. Nothing to worry about. That's what I was told. No follow-up, no, oh, we'll do this test or that test. There was just, it's nothing to worry about. Could be stress. If it's not stress, it's nothing to worry about. Come back if things get worse. I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to be, forceful about it. I didn't know what to say. I was a 19-year-old with no medical history and no ability to question what this doctor was saying to me right there, right then. So I had left and didn't go back. So now we're here in April of 2023, after forgetting about it, after the craziness of the session. There was some, moments of numbness, but it mostly had gone away until I think it was the 3rd week in April of last year, and I was in the State House right here outside of room 101, the Senate committee room right there, talking to my chairman and Chris Schultz, and all 3 of us were talking. And I had woken up that day. Actually, I gotta start with how I woke up. I had woken up that day feeling not great, and it took me about an extra 30 minutes to get out of the house. But I did. I got out of the house, drank my water, ate a banana or whatever I had that day, and got up and out of the house, and the feeling had gone away until it was about 1:30, when I had been standing there with my chairman and Chris Schultz. We were talking in the hallway. Excuse me, and out of nowhere, I get shooting pain in my chest. My heart gets tight, is the only way I can describe that feeling.
it was an incredibly intense feeling of just, it was like an instant flu, like an instant, my, I, my body went cold. I got shivers. I started to cold sweat. My chest was tight. My first thought, Madam Chair, was, I'm having a heart attack. My second thought was, shut up, you're 19 years old. You're probably, something this or that, or I was 20 at the time. And all I could do was sit down at the bench. I didn't cause a panic. It hurt. It did hurt, but I didn't want to cause a panic. I figured, because I've had, migraines that have been pretty painful before, so it wasn't like I felt like maybe I'll pass out and then I'll be fine. That's what it felt like. It felt like a nausea that wouldn't result in a throw up. It's a hard feeling to describe. It was trying to think about it now. It was scary, honestly. I sit down. I didn't want to cause alarm. I sit down at the bench right there. Chris Schultz and the chairman are still talking. I'm sitting there for what was maybe 5 to 10 minutes of just me listening to this conversation as I can barely see. My eyes have gone tunnel vision. I'm sitting there, cold sweat, in pain. I didn't know what to do. I really kind of felt like I was dying, and I just sort of sat there in the bench, not wanting to cause alarm, not wanting to, just sort of sitting there with myself in pain, thinking about, am I gonna die here in the goddamn State House hallway? Like, jeez. And so after about 10 minutes or so, the feeling had kind of gone away. I was just praying as much as I could. I was just praying to God. I was just sitting there. I was just, I don't know. I was thinking about a lot of things in that 10 minutes, but I was listening to their conversation. I was trying to just, please, Lord, let this feeling go away. Eventually, the cold sweat had kind of gone away, dissipated a little bit. The nausea feeling had gone away sufficient enough to where I could walk into the anteroom of the State House. I laid down there at one of the benches of the anteroom, and I sat there on my computer for maybe 2 hours, 2.5 hours or so. I felt good enough to stand up. I felt good enough to walk. So I figured, I'm fine. And I sat there in the anteroom. I didn't feel fine enough to drive, but I sat there in the anteroom for a little bit and did my work on the computer until I did. Got in my car, went home, didn't tell nobody or nothing about it because I was worried. I didn't want to be, I didn't want to cause alarm. I didn't want people to say one thing or the other. Oh, you're just being young and crazy. The hell's a 19-year-old having an attack like this? I don't know if it was a heart attack or not. I don't know what happened. But what the hell is a 19-year-old having something like that happen? And I told one person about it, a colleague of mine here, and their immediate response was, it was a panic attack. It was stress. And I said to them, well, I feel like I would have to have been panicked or stressed for that thing to have been a panic attack or a stress attack. And I know what a panic or stress attack is. And I wasn't panicked or stressed. I was perfectly calm and content. In fact, I was just trying to think about my own mortality as a 19-year-old and ponder the life in which I lived and how it ended here in the State House hallway. I wasn't panicked at all. I was just amazed at that. That was the culmination of 20 years. And so I continued to not tell people about it because that was someone's initial reaction. I told that person maybe 2 days after it had happened. I told my mom maybe 2 weeks after it happened. I told my grandmother. I know. They were like, oh, you should go to the doctor and say something about it to them. I did. They dismissed it again it's like, well, I will, but I'm pretty sure they're going to dismiss it. I did. They dismissed it. Panic or stress attack, they said. Don't worry about it. And
Not knowing you really well, but seeing you around the state house, you do not look like someone who panics or
Well,
stresses
thank
very
you.
easily. You are, to me, a very calm and even individual.
I appreciate that, Representative Comtois. I would agree with that. I think I am. You know, I'm a meditator. I'm a breather. You know, I think I am pretty calm, especially with some of the things that happened. I could be a lot less calm. That's for sure.
Representative Potenza.
So I just want time frame wise, I kind of want to place this. So, so the shot was like end of December, right?
December of 21.
21, yep. So the shot was end of December 21, and then this started like end of February or March or something like that. A couple months after, you said.
I had the shot in December 21. There was a year of the 2022 year was the numbness and the pain in the
Yep.
chest. And then in 2023, April of 23, that was when that event had happened.
Okay. In the doctor piece, because I think that that's probably the most important out of this whole conversation. So when you went to the doctor, which was not even a year, it would have been in the fall.
It would
right?
have been maybe
Fall.
7 months, 7 or 8
7
months.
months. So that was, and you went and you whatever, brushed it off. Now the second time, I don't even want to excuse the first time, but the second time, if this was a practitioner, just a regular general practitioner, immediately that should have been a flag to bring you into a cardiologist point. So there was no mention of that. You should have had scans. You should have had all of that at that point, especially if you were, I believe you probably had a minor heart attack. So,
And there was no mention of tests. There was no mention of follow-up. It was, you probably had a stress panic attack. Don't worry about it. And, luckily, I think that, I don't know what, I feel much better after that it happened in April of 23, and the summer of 2023 was fine, and the numbness still exists, but it's way less. Sometimes when I'm thinking about it, like before I came here, before I'm about to tell this story, I'm thinking about it. So on the way up here, I was like thinking about it, and I could feel it in my arm. But ever since then, it's been decently all right. There's been some moments where if I really, really work myself, where I gotta sit down, and I don't have my strength as I used to. I don't, that's still the same. But the reason I wanted to tell this story, I watch most of the committee. I watch almost every committee hearing I can here in the legislature. I try to be as active as I can, and I saw this was happening. I knew that from conversations with you, Representative Comtois, that this was happening, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to be on the committee for one reason or the other, but we'll leave that for another day. But I knew there are people, Madam Chair, throughout this state that went through the same thing that I did, but have no voice to be able to tell their story. To them, it probably was a panic or a stress attack because they have no outlet to be able to know that there might be some myocardial effect to your shot or to something else environmentally. And Madam Chair, I am deeply concerned when anecdotally in my life, I know that there are so many young people that have gone through heart or brain or some kind of blood vessel syndrome. I don't know if that's the right term. And we hear this anecdotally across the country as well. I, as a representative, would be remiss and feel bad with myself if I didn't at least come and tell this story. These stories should be told. People should feel open to tell their stories. This isn't about, it's so unfortunate to me that this has become a partisan thing, because this isn't about one party or the other. This isn't about pushing a narrative or the other. This is about people in our state who have gone through incredibly tough experiences by themselves, isolated, with the medical profession telling them it's a panic or stress attack, or attributing it to something else if it's a more extreme case, and then getting them on this line of a wild goose chase that isn't actually finding what the symptoms are. Again, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a vaccinologist. I don't know if it was the vaccine. I have my hunches. I have my assumptions. What I do, and I can't, I can't make a recommendation beyond what I know. But what I do know is that people were forced into this. People were forced into getting a vaccine that they were hesitant to get, and after getting that vaccine, they went through health effects that they hadn't gone through before. That alone, that correlation, which is not causation, but that correlation alone is enough to worry me as an individual who I think is pretty level-headed and clear-minded. And I think it's worrying a lot of people throughout our state, people who were fully, fully a part of, they believed it fully. And I think they too are worried because of the effects that people have had here. So that's why I wanted to tell my story, Madam Chair. And I, it's not for one conclusion or the other, but it's to bring a story that I know other people in our state have faced because I've talked to those people. And I know that those people feel isolated because there's no voice in government or the medical profession that's trying to truly listen to them and look at their case and see where they're moving forward. So hopefully through committees like this and through research that's happening across this country, we can get that done.
If you don't mind, a couple things is when you started out the conversation, you mentioned that you were concerned about myocarditis and some other issues prior to actually taking the vaccine. How did you obtain that knowledge? Because it wasn't necessarily readily available.
Well, there were people, I followed this guy online. It's always interesting when you say, oh, I followed a guy online. But there was a man who posted YouTube videos named, I think this is the first place that I had seen it, named Dr. John Campbell, who had started out part of the reason I took the vaccine is because he recommended, and he too I think he had gotten up to 3 or 4 shots. But he had pointed out that there was definitely, because he was trying to respond and debunk the anti-vax conspiracy side of it. He has since moved to apologize for some of his behavior in the first 2 years, which is it's kind of an interesting timeline to watch. But during the fall of 21, I think that was the first person who I had heard bring up that there was some higher risk of myocarditis or inflammation of the heart after taking the vaccine. But he had said but him being the first person who had brought that up had said afterwards that there is higher risk of myocarditis from getting COVID. And that was the drumbeat that you heard from most people during that time.
Now, I believe we're still saying that it is safe and effective for children. Do you think that is proper labeling?
I couldn't say. Yeah, I have my personal opinions that I would say privately, but I don't know if a 5-year-old needs the coronavirus shot is what I would say, but I can't make a medical recommendation for parents.
And one final question now you said you were an avid runner and very active. Can you still do those activities?
Not like I used to. I tried a bike last summer and I tried to, I did get out. I didn't swim as much as I wanted to last summer, but like I said, it is significantly harder for me to get out and do those things. I find it easy to walk nowadays. There was a period in 2022 when it was really kind of difficult to walk around, doing door knocking and stuff like that. It's easier to walk, and I'm sure as life goes on, body is a powerful thing, and there's sure I'll heal. I'm young. lucky on that end, but no, it is not the same to go bike and hike and swim. It's there's a significant and noticeable stamina difference and endurance difference.
Representative Potenza?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have you thought of going and getting the diagnosis, like seeing a heart specialist to get a diagnosis of whether, I mean, it's very documented. You fall within that range. You're a young male. I mean, the increase. There's many different studies that talk about this, and it's not just myocarditis. It's pericarditis. It's several different things. So, a heart specialist to get that diagnosis and just to monitor that.
After I went to my primary care specialist the second time, after what had happened in April of 23, and he had told me that I had a panic attack, I had actually initially believed him. I really just wanted to believe that it was a panic attack, even though I didn't panic and I wasn't stressed. It wasn't until I talked to my grandmother again and told her what he had said that she was, no, I don't think so. And I agreed. I didn't want to believe that was the truth. I didn't, because I didn't panic or stress, but I didn't follow up after it because he had just dismissed it, and it's just sort of, well, maybe I'm being crazy, I guess. Maybe it wasn't as intense as it was. I don't know. It was, you go through those things, as time goes on, and as life progresses, it's, oh, I guess it wasn't as intense as it was. It wasn't, there's no need to, what is this? I'm fine. I'm still here. So I just didn't follow up with a specialist after he didn't move to do anything other than say he probably had a panic attack.
Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that testimony. Thank you. And I know what that feels like too, because I was in that same position after getting the vaccine. What I would like to do is I'd like to tell you a few things that we have heard in our committee about vaccine safety and efficacy, and then give you a chance to respond to see what you think about this. So we've heard that, and this is from federal government data, that the CDC proposed a method of evaluating safety signal coming from the vaccines before they were rolled out. And they established, okay, this number, this number, this number, this number, we're going to look for this. And if it exceeds these certain thresholds, that's a safety signal. We got a problem if it exceeds those thresholds. And we now know that those safety thresholds were exceeded for multiple conditions within a period of months of the vaccine being rolled out. We know that by November of 2020, when they were designing the vSafe vaccine safety data system, they had a laundry list of known side effects from the vaccines that included myocarditis, pericarditis, autoimmune disorders, and neurological disorders. We know from this further in this data, the vSafe data, which is the best data we have, this is federal data from the CDC, that in excess of 7% of patients receiving the vaccine had serious adverse reactions to the vaccine. More than 25% had to miss work or school. So that's way more than that. That's a big number, but 7+% serious adverse reactions. By the way, serious adverse reactions, those are defined as big things like myocarditis, like death, like permanent disability, brain damage, lots of things, serious adverse events, more than 7%. And we knew that, and they knew that before you received your vaccine. I'll give you a chance to respond.
Well, if those numbers are true, that's a very sad state of affairs. What I know is that there should be a space open for people to tell their story like this so that we can have solid data about how many injuries were taking place. We know that VAERS, the vaccine injury, most people don't know that exists. And the people that do know that exists don't always report. We need to make sure that that system is strengthened so that people have an ability to report their vaccine injuries. And what I can say, Representative Belcher, we try to operate in good faith here in this legislature. So what I'll do is say the best faith. What I think happened is there was a novel virus that came from China, and we didn't know how to handle it, and we rushed through with billions of dollars and very little safety trial. A vaccine based off of a technology that, yes, has existed for the last 20 years, but had not been used in the general population until this situation. And I think that there were, and this is best faith, assuming that the pharmaceutical companies were operating in best faith, they rushed through this process, and a lot of people were hurt as a result. That's what I think happened. I think a lot of people were bullied into getting it because there was an assumption that everyone getting it would save us from this novel virus. That assumption didn't end up being true, and I think people are going to have to. I think we need solid data so we can have a solid response to what happened here. And I think that's the benefit of hopefully work that can be done in committees like this.
Yesterday we learned, and I don't know if you're aware, and maybe if I misspeak, I'm sure one of the committee members will correct me. But as VAERS goes, the only person that has to report to VAERS is the person who injected you. If you got injected and then went to your doctor, there is no responsibility for them because they didn't do the injection. Is Representative Potenza?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. What Representative Contour just said is actually true. And kind of to expand that a little bit more is there's no real training. So, I mean, we couldn't even put a percentage, but it is extremely low. So right now, if you look at 1% of people, it's possibly only 1% of people that report to a VAERS. Practitioners aren't taught this. Nurses aren't taught this. And so that's the problem. It is a very difficult, cumbersome system. So if you wanted to try to go in there and report something, it, like you said, it's almost near impossible. But based upon if you suffered something, and we know this from another person that came to testify, what they had to go through to get it reported, their daughter's injury from, believe it was the J&J, correct?
I'm not sure which
Yeah, it
one,
was-
but it was, she had it done at a hospital.
Correct. So, but for that family to be able to get that reported and reported correctly was an unbelievable process. The first report was wrong and inaccurate. So just to understand, it's not the greatest thing that we heard yesterday. And I'll push it off to Representative Belcher that he can explain is the gentleman that was able to get this information from BeSafe, and if you had signed up for that, it was this app, and they thought they were going to get all this great data. They had 10 million people sign up for this. Now, not everybody necessarily was in there and reported all of it, but they got an unbelievable amount of data, way more than we could ever get because these people, they were all on board. They're like, yes, I'm getting my shot. Da, 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 da. So it's totally different and opposite than a VAERS system. And they had open besides radio buttons on there that you could select, they had open areas where you could write about 250 characters. So they're just getting some of that data now. They're going to get all of that. And I guess that is quite damaging. One woman, for example, in every single place she could write who was injured, please help me, please help me. And nobody helped.
Representative Polizar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, three parts. First part, more like responding. My understanding there are several ways that information is aggregated. So obviously VSafe is one separate silo with about 10 million participants that was just rolled out during the COVID response. So then we have VIRES database, CDC's vaccine adverse reactions database, and there are some other silos that collect that data, and I think we might need to check with somebody who knows how it works. My understanding is like, yes, person who administered vaccine, if he knows about an adverse side effect, it's that person's responsibility to report it to the virus database. But my understanding is other people can, other medical professionals and even patient, I believe, can self-report to virus database. And as anecdote, I know that a couple of other representatives from both parties, they actually admitted of having adverse reactions to COVID vaccine, and making sure that the report made it to the virus database. So one of my questions to John would be, would you consider to try and see if you can self-report your experience to the CDC official database virus?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And as a follow-up,
Follow-up.
if I may, I understand your concern that you are not a medical professional and you're not a scientist, and the fact that your heart problems came after vaccine, you cannot tell definitively that it was caused by vaccine. But people who created virus database, they understand it. They understand that those reported reactions, they don't always from, for example, from legal point, prove the causality, and it's one of the reasons why in official databases we have only one person under 18 from New Hampshire who died from COVID officially, but 4 people who are dead with side effects after COVID vaccine. So why nobody cares? So one of the reasons is, like they say, yeah, those 4 kids, they reported to CDC virus database as New Hampshire kids who died after receiving COVID-19 vaccine, but it's not necessarily caused by vaccine, even though. Yeah, I encourage you to self-report, and also, like previous people said, if there any way to get some additional monitoring on your health, it would be, maybe it will make sense. Thank you.
Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Wheeler, you offered a very generous interpretation of what occurred, and I appreciate that. I do. And certainly we can't say with any definitive finality exactly what occurred. I do just want to remind the committee, and I've previously read this into the record, so we've already are in possession of this. Through a Freedom of Information Act, we became, well, not us, but another party who we then got it from, came into possession of emails internal emails within the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, documenting that early on when they became aware of the death of 2 young men from myocarditis in the aftermath of COVID injection. They were very, very worried, very concerned. Not about the deaths, but about how that knowledge would reduce vaccine uptake among the population.
Yeah, I've heard similar stories about what had happened in the FDA and CDC when they had seen stories that they labeled as misinformation come out into the populace, and how they were worried that that was going to seep down to the vaccine equity program with black and brown low income communities in the country that were already hesitant, seeing stories like that and increasing that hesitancy because of the stories that they I said. And I know that a lot of those stories were wiped from the internet as well as a result.
Representative Potenza.
I'd just like to follow up to in kind of like a did you know piece, because we learned this yesterday, and just we learned so many things, but this is one that is so important. And it just looks at, it's not just our state, but it's our entire country and how we're different than other countries. And because we don't have, because in 1986 we gave full immunity from any sort of liability to pharmaceutical companies for their products, for their vaccines or emergency use authorizations fall under the PrEP Act, and completely full immunity there from liability. We're sitting ducks in a sense because of that. You can't go after the people that have injured you. And how it's set up with this, it's kind of like this vaccine court. There's limitations there. I think he said for death, it's like 250,000. It's unbelievable, and it's very hard, and there's time limitations and all of this kind of stuff. In other countries, how things are reported, it's like think of it like a central system. It's all coming one place. Like, for example, if the FDA is supposed to be the monitoring whatever arm, like all the data would be filling through there, right? You wouldn't have, okay, well, you self-report here, a physician puts it in here. Everybody would know, right? You're all putting that data, especially if you're talking about with this millions of injections happening with under emergency use authorization, that it would make sense. So that's why other data coming in from other countries, like there was a Danish study that's crystal clear, is because the centralized way that they've handled this makes sense. So in all actuality, let's just use Pfizer as an example. If you took a Pfizer shot and you had a reaction, you could, if you signed up for VSafe, you could have put something in there. You could possibly get your information into VAERS. You could call a 1-800 number that is listed on the CDC FDA site. And then also Pfizer had a way that you could report to them as well. Now, the worst thing about it is none of this data, that's not all the same. It's all different models and this and that, and some very convoluted, some not even asking the correct information or even providing the correct radio buttons about what you're experiencing. So you can't really have like this wealth of knowledge. And I don't know if you realize that we're really the only country that is so broken with that.
Well, I did realize that we're the only country that props up the pharmaceutical lobby as much as we do. We're the only country that allows, I think we're the only country other than maybe an island nation that allows pharmaceutical advertising on television the way that we do. There's a few things that we do with pharmaceutical drugs, and allowing the companies to do things that hop over safety, hop over obstacles that exist in other countries to make sure that the drugs and products that they're putting out are safe. We kind of have a free-for-all here in the United States of America with pharmaceutical companies, with large oil companies, with the chemical companies. I mean, there is a lot of free-for-all happening here in the United States, and we see that happen. Well, in conclusion, well,
Representative Polozov.
Would you believe that when government gives legal immunity to manufacturers of vaccines and then to specifically of COVID vaccines, they also set up injury compensation funds, and that even those funds are small, but still there were probably a couple of $1,000s for a person. So by dismissing your symptoms, that medical professional in your town, and by not informing you about that federal injury compensation program, you were essentially denied filing in the allowed window to get those few $1,000s of compensation that I believe you were entitled.
well, I think there's probably a lot of people that were entitled to that money that weren't told about it, if that's true. It's terrible.
Yes.
In conclusion, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say, thank you for opening up the space for me to tell my story. I was going back and forth as to whether or not I necessarily wanted to, because I can't say whether or not it was the vaccine that caused what happened to me on April of 2023. What I can say is I was and am a healthy, was a 20-year-old kid who was very active up until December of 2021, when I had gotten the one shot of the Pfizer vaccine, and since then have had a reduction in stamina, a numb arm, tight chest, culminating in what happened in April of 2023 with what I've been told is a panic attack. So thank you for opening up the space for me to say this here, because I have met a lot of people across the state who have gone through a similar experience, never talking about their experience outside of their family or their friends, because they're worried about backlash. People don't want to be labeled an anti-vaxxer. They don't want to be labeled anti-COVID. They don't want to be labeled a conspiracy theorist. I don't want to be labeled those things either. I want to be compliant with the society in which we live to an extent. And I want there to be safe vaccines out there. I believe in the science that has created these beautiful medical devices that we live off of today. I want those to be safe and effective in a true sense. I want the pharmaceutical companies to be held to account, and I want them to be putting out safe and effective pharmaceutical products. Like I said before, I don't think it's too much of a leap to believe the pharmaceutical companies that pushed the opioids onto our country, or any of the ineffective and dangerous drugs that they've pushed onto our country. I don't think it's too far to believe that they might have jumped a few obstacles that should have been walked around, I suppose is how I'm going to put that, and in the end hurt a few thousand people in this country. We don't know how many, because there isn't the appropriate data. But I hope committees like these, through a measured and balanced and appropriate approach, can hopefully find some truth through this, so that we don't have to have such a partisan, rancorous debate about these issues, which should be measured. It's just, people deserve to be heard when they're hurt. It has nothing to do with whether or not it's the vaccine. It's just, we should find out what is causing all these very young people to be very injured. So thank you, Madam Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to come speak here today and the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your story. I appreciate it. Commissioner Caswell? I would like to thank you for making the time to be here today. I know you have a very busy schedule, so thank you so much.
I'm happy to be here today. I received the information that you wanted to talk about today, so let me pull that a little closer. I thought maybe what I might do is just sort of give a little background on Gopher and sort of what all that's about. And first of all, I would start by saying I apologize for the acronym. I didn't come up with the acronym Gopher, but it is what it is. It's the Governor's Office for Emergency Relief and Recovery. That office was established by an executive order right at the beginning of COVID in April of 2020. During a period of time, I would say for the next 2 years, Gopher was pretty much engaged in the management of the funds that came from the CARES Act. And the way that we did that at the time was we had an assembly of, I would say, about 10 or 15 state employees from other agencies that were assigned to work under Gopher for a period of time. So we had people that, policy people, we had administrative and accounting individuals, some legal people, and some outreach people. And that is pretty much how Gopher operated in those, I call it the early days of Gopher. When the ARPA was passed, the American Rescue Plan, that was passed by Congress in early 2021. Gopher was assigned basically to take over continue the same kind of operation that we were doing under CARES Act for those funds. And it's important to know that under ARPA there were many buckets of funds. One of the largest was called the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. That was the most flexible of those funds, and those were the funds that Gopher was assigned to manage on behalf of the state. And so that is pretty much where we have been operating since then. And I can talk a little bit about kind of that process and so on. But what Gopher has been specifically tasked with, and I think on a day-to-day basis, as I mentioned, is to just manage the overall use and delineation and deployment of those funds. We work with all the state agencies. We work with the legislature. We work with different grantees. We perform eligibility analysis. So each of these, particularly under ARPA, each of these programs have specific requirements, and they have to go into specific expenditure categories, and we have to be able to account for all of that going forward in our regular reporting to the federal government and to the public. We have different types of structures for different types of programs and different grants, and some are structured differently than others, depending on the situation. We have a very substantive website where all of the programs and the funds and who they've gone to are all made available on our public website. So transparency is obviously something that we spend a lot of time on. And going forward, we're working really sort of, and I think moving toward a scenario where a lot more of the operations that we are engaged in are in compliance and regulatory compliance and reporting to all the various agencies on how the funds have been used and how they're going. So in terms of the total amounts, like the big picture amounts, under CARES Act, the state was allocated $1.25 billion. And so that was the first iteration of that. We received those funds on April 17th of 2020. The funds ultimately needed to be obligated by the end of 2021, with full expenditures completed by September 30th, 2022. All of that has occurred. Those funds have all, yes, ma'am.
Representative Tenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really want to listen to your testimony, but I have to go home. But I have just a quick question, and it's about time frame. So I know you were explaining it, which is good. So I know when everything started, I kind of followed that very closely with Gopher. Actually, a couple of representatives from Stratford County just met with you recently.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm kind of part of that piece too. I didn't understand how Gopher kind of transitioned into ARPA, so thank you for that explanation. I know it's probably a lot more weeds to it than what you explained. So in a sense, can I just understand how long will it go for, right? So that's what I want to try. Okay, so I understand with the federal government, I know certain things have all based upon time, and then and things run out, and then it's gone. If it's not spent, it's gone or not accepted. But is there an end in sight? Because I know certain things, like you just said, had an end in sight. But now with ARPA, kind of where does that? If you can explain that,
I
if you
sure
have
hope
an
there's an
answer.
end in sight. I'm really looking for it. But I would say, so to answer your question, ARPA right now, we are required to have all obligations complete by the end of this calendar year. So any of the decisions on what is going to be receiving funding under the SFRF, the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. Sorry for the acronyms. The SFRF programming has to be obligated by the end of this calendar year. Then there is a period of an additional 2 years to complete all the expenditures. So everything that is obligated by the end of this year has to be spent by the end of 2026. So that's the basic overview of it. There's not a lot of wiggle room there. But what I was about to say is under CARES Act, originally that was supposed to be the end of 2020. And 3 days before that deadline, Congress extended it for a year. So there's stories that go with that.
There might be a little end of the tunnel light for you in 2026. Who knows?
Yes, that's right. We're looking forward to that. But yeah, I think, and the last thing I would say, Representative, that it's related to this is that at this point, the state has allocated the entire amount that we have under SFRF. That doesn't mean that it's been fully obligated. And I'm sorry for the different terms, but by obligated, what we're talking about is that funding is under contract. So there are still some allocations that Gopher has made to state agencies, for example, and they have not yet been able to secure a contract to spend those funds. They need to have that done by the end of this year. So you've probably seen and heard that we've been doing some reallocations of funds. Yes. These are programs that we could identify we're not going to fully spend what their allocation was. And so rather than send that money back to the federal government, we want to make sure that we have as much of that amount that we have under SFRF fully obligated by the end of this calendar year. So It's going to be kind of this process over the next couple of months to make sure that's all locked down.
Wonderful. Thank you.
And feel free to reach out to me anytime if there's other questions that you have on all of this kind of thing. I know it's something you're following. So just to go back to just a few notes that I made here, the total amount for the ARPA SFRF funding that we received, that the state received, is $994,555,877.60.
Can we just say shy of 1 billion?
Yeah, that's what I always say, but I know you guys like to be exact. So it's $994,555,877.60. Yeah. I mean, we're holding back to 60 cents just for entertainment value. But those funds were received in two tranches, one on May 19th, 2021, and then a second tranche, I think of equal amount, on the same date in 2022. And as we just spoke, those are the deadlines and obligations that we have for spending and using that money. So the last thing that I'll say, and then we can talk about whatever you want, our focus on these funds has been to make investments in capital investments. We have tried very hard to avoid making investments that are going to have long-term administrative and operational cost implications for state government or really for anybody else. That was, we call it the prime directive from the governor. And I think we've done a pretty good job at at really implementing that. And in fact, there was recently a study from the Pew Charitable Trust that gave New Hampshire a very high number. I think it was close to 80% of the funds, according to their analysis that we had put into those capital sort of, I don't want to call them infrastructure because they weren't all infrastructure, but capital investments. So good examples of that would be we've put a significant amount of money into water and sewer funds and programs through Department of Environmental Services. We have invested a little over $100 million of ARPA funds for affordable housing and for municipalities to move forward how they wish on affordable housing initiatives. We continued to have some earlier in this period, still into 2021, we were still able to use the ARPA funds to help with some of the immediate COVID responses that were still going on at that time. And we also have seen a pretty significant investment into mental and behavioral health systems, and really in a substance use disorder context as well, because those numbers skyrocketed, as I'm sure you're aware, during COVID. So ARPA funds were used for those types of services. A quick step back to CARES Act, which was different in some ways. I would say that a majority of the funds that we used under CARES Act were used to stabilize really the private sector at that time. We put a significant amount of resource into the Main Street Relief Fund, into a program for self-employed individuals, which was aptly named SELF. Don't ask me to tell you what it stood for. I don't remember. But the Self-Employed Livelihood Fund. Thank you, Chase. See, that's why I brought him. He's good with the acronyms. But and then we had another program, the Nonprofit Enterprise Relief Fund, NERF. So we gave a good amount of resources to nonprofit employers. So altogether, I think that totaled, I would say, somewhere between 75 and 80% of the funds, and we did that very quickly. We moved those funds. As I said, we received those in April of 2020. We had that first Main Street Relief Fund online by June of that year, and I like to think that made a difference in terms of our ability to rebound quickly. A lot of other states were just starting to think about what they were going to do with it by the time we were operating programs. So the other thing we did do under CARES Act was, as you'll recall, also there were a lot of issues with assisted living facilities, nursing homes, and other locations where they were having difficulty with staffing and other things and costs that were escalating. We did dedicate some resources to stabilizing those organizations at that time. And then really the last one in terms of big, and we did a lot of programming, but I think in terms of big investments was in the agriculture space. A lot of our agriculture communities were also very heavily damaged by not being able to get their produce and their products to market or sold. So that's kind of the big overview. I know there's a whole lot. I mean, this has been about 4 years that we've been in operation that I'm happy to talk about, but that's the extent of it for at least my statement.
Representative Ebel.
Thank you for coming, sir. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, ma'am.
On a Friday afternoon. So just in the original creation of Gopher, there was originally some sort of a commission or something. Because I remember listening. Yes. Remember, Homeland Security was running the phones.
The days before we discovered the magic of Zoom and Teams.
Yeah. Who had heard of Zoom at that
So we were having 4-hour conference calls.
Right.
Yes, you're correct. There was the Legislative Advisory Board, which was part of the under CARES Act. That was a group, obviously, that we kept up to date and informed with regard to how the funds were being deployed. There was also, as I recall, a stakeholder advisory board component under CARES Act. Concurrent to all of that, and you might also remember, Representative, was the reopening task force that also had those god-awful long conference meetings over phone. But those were also quite informative to the work of Gopher. And I know that was sort of in my BEA existence, which was, to try to understand from businesses what they were facing at the time with the regard to closures and what was closed and what was opening and why, and balancing that with public health in our public health division. That was also, I would say, an informative component of the work of Gopher at that time.
Follow up.
Because I just remember there was discussion at that point whether the fiscal committee was going to have authority of the oversight of the funds.
Right.
And then I guess a determination was made to leave it to the Gopher oversight.
So, yeah. So, well, first of all, under CARES Act, remember, we were in state of emergency. So
Yeah,
that
that's
was a different animal. And then when we got to ARPA, yes, I think the decision, the discussion and the decision was that Gopher was already in a position of having all of the personnel to manage these types of grants and programs. But given that we were no longer in state of emergency, that's when the role of fiscal committee came back into the picture, and they've been in it ever since.
Okay, that's what I wondered because, we're with the budget process and all of that, everybody is really getting ecstatic about ARPA opportunities to fund
I've heard.
these different appropriation bills. And I knew at some point that fiscal had, so they basically have control of how the funds for ARPA are disseminated.
Well, they ultimately have to approve any of the expenditures that have been proposed. So we were just there today with another tranche of programs and funding initiatives that they reviewed and approved.
I mean, I have some others, but other people can talk.
Oh, follow up.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the other thing is just based on the charge of this committee, which is to kind of look into the response of the state from a efficacy standpoint in COVID. I was sort of listening to what you were describing and of how the funds were used, especially the CARES Act, and I was trying to understand how much of this money was used for like vaccines or health related issues. I heard you say about the nursing homes and stabilizing that workforce situation, but how much of it was actually used by the public health sector, would you say?
A lot of the CARES Act fund in particular. And I'm sorry, I don't have the exact numbers. I couldn't possibly bring everything to be able to answer that type of question, but we can give you a full list of everything that, I mean, and it's available on our website as well. But I mean, if you wanted something in writing, we can give you a list of under any category you would like. If you'd like to have the COVID response, I do recall there were a number of instances where CARES Act funds were used for direct COVID response, and whether that was those early, I don't even remember a lot of it. It's do you remember any of those? Yeah, anyway, so there were a lot of funds that were used under CARES Act for that, and I would say the other thing is regard to how we differentiate, or how I have always differentiated the two programs, CARES and ARPA. CARES was really an emergency response initiative. Those were funds that were used to directly respond to, at the time, what we didn't really know much about. And what we were almost in a constant balancing act of issues that were affecting the economy and issues that were affecting public health. And we had one pot of resource to try to manage those challenges. The ARPA funds have been, I think I qualify as being more in terms of response. So, we've been through sort of the deep, dark days of COVID, and now we have these other resources to aid the recovery that happened as a result. So in a lot of cases, those are investments in, like I was talking about, investments in infrastructure and organizations and programs that originated in some way, at least, to the impact of the COVID pandemic.
Well, are you working with Homeland Security in their sort of after action
Yes.
report? Because I I think all of us would hate for you to have to do duplicative work, but I think it would be interesting as part of our charge, since you have a better handle on health-related expenditures of CARES money than
Yeah.
we do, that maybe you could do some sort of helpful snapshot.
Yes, I would
For
be
us.
happy to do that.
Yeah,
For
I
you,
think-
so for health related expenditures under
mean-
CARES Act.
I mean, we can look at the mission statement one more time, but our charge isn't really as broad as others. I mean, I think one thing you're interested in too is education and what sort of education supports there might have been.
Let me get that one to you. I can't
There might not.
possibly remember every program that we did, but I would be
No.
happy to. So education, healthcare under CARES Act.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like, yeah, it could be ARPA, but it sounds to me that if we're looking at the efficacy of our COVID response, it sounds to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that what you're talking about is more the emphasis during the emergency was
Yeah.
CARES focused.
Yeah, and in regard to that, I would say probably the big buckets you should consider looking at would be the economic impacts, the public health impacts, and the infrastructure impacts. I think those would be the big three categories.
But that's not.
There are others, but I think you could probably get most of them into those three categories.
Yeah. I mean, our charge is, I would say, more health focused than
I see,
anything,
okay.
and, yeah, and because, I mean, we also don't want to do, well, for education, right? I don't think we want to do the Homeland Security's work either.
Right.
Right, and we will have Director Buxton here on the 31st, so he'll be able to answer some questions. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here to answer these questions for us. I would like to ask some questions about a topic that I'm not actually sure you have all the answers for. So I'll start with, do you have information regarding, to put it bluntly, in my experience with federal funds, there's often sort of strings that come attached to them, things you need to do. So do you have information regarding what was necessary for the state to do in receipt and expending any of these particular funds? Is that within your wheelhouse?
Yes. So with regard to the funds that Gopher was administering, so again, the state local fiscal recovery fund under ARPA, and then the coronavirus relief funds under CARES Act, there were no strings in terms of you must do this in order to get the money. That was a straight, almost entitlement payment from the federal government to each of the states. I will say, however, that if you wanted to try to find some strength, the reporting that we have to do is really substantive. So, I mean, understood, of course, that they want to be able to account for that, but that has taken a lot of time and will in the future be the bulk of the work of Gopher.
Okay.
Follow up.
Yeah. So can you go a little deeper into that as far as how that particular portion would relate to the government putting requirements on any of the funding or anything like that? Is that what you were meaning?
Well, I guess I'm saying that under ARPA, I would say in particular, there are specific expenditure categories that we have to spend the money and keep within. There are, and so there's a large number of those categories, and those categories have their own requirements as to what is eligible for that category and what isn't. So, I guess there were no strings to get the money. But I think that there has been certainly a lot of definition as to how we're spending it
Okay.
based on the
Excellent.
expenditure categories.
I understand. Thank you.
Representative Lekis.
I am not sure what monies came from where, who you would be responsible for, who others would. But this is a question from my granddaughter, who is having a hard time hiring people, as we're seeing all across the state. Happens to be her current job. The question is there still, where did the money come from for the extra unemployment? And is that still in effect in this state at all?
So I think what you're referring to is at the end of CARES Act, when we got to the final date that we had to have these funds obligated, we used what we call a waterfall. So the funds that were not used at that point all waterfalled into the state unemployment insurance fund in order to and I don't remember the exact numbers. Chase might remember, but there were funds that went to that fund that were aimed at reducing the impact on employers. So taking basically what would normally be the requirement of the employers to fill that fund, we used the CARES Act to accomplish that.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Polizov?
That was $109 million, by the way. Mhm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, thank you for being here. I have a question. So you testified that under ARPA there were specific expenditure categories that were recommended by, as I understand, federal government. So did state have flexibility in choosing or denying certain categories? Like if they say, oh, you have spent on this category, and this category, did New Hampshire have flexibility to say, oh, we don't like this specific category and we won't be spending on it?
Yes, so we didn't have to fill all the categories. We would what we have been doing is when we are working with an agency or a potential grantee of funds, we would work with them to make their program or their request not necessarily fit, but be eligible for a particular criteria or another. But that was the extent of it. But we could choose. We don't have to fill all the categories. Thank goodness, because there's a lot of them.
Follow up?
Thank you. And more broadly, thank you for giving us a larger picture and showing how New Hampshire was faster in allocating some of those funds. And thank you for your work on after action report. So we are looking to read when it comes out. But can you give us right now some ideas? We know that, for example, some federal agencies like CDC's, like they looked back and they admitted some mistakes and they're looking to do some improvements. So I wonder if in your department you see something like that, areas that could be done better next time.
Next global pandemic. I would say, I mean, that's a tough question. I would have to think about that, and I haven't had a lot of time to reflect, Representative, on questions like that. But I guess I could say that I felt that we made some very early decisions on what were going to be some priorities, and we ran really hard at that. I mean, our staff was working easily, 15, 18 hours a day in the middle of the pandemic. You'll remember this was a time when, the governor was having his press conference every single day, and it was on IWMUR, and people were kind of trying to figure out working at home, and the state government was kind of closed but kind of open, and you guys weren't here, and it was there was a lot of activity that was taking place by people to run at specific issues that we felt were priorities. And I think particularly, we haven't finished ARPA yet, but under CARES Act, I'm personally very proud of how we ended up. I think we spent that money very effectively. I think that we gave some ability for the New Hampshire economy to come out of whatever we call that now, the COVID experience, in a position of strength. And I think the data that we've seen since then does reflect that. I think we certainly learned a lot, and this would be more of a question for my colleagues at HHS about the public health component of this. I think obviously everybody learned a lot about that. But speaking from the economic side, I felt like we made some pretty good decisions with those funds at the get-go. Time will obviously tell, but that's at least from where I sit right now.
Follow up?
Thank you for this explanation. I don't know if it's something that you're comfortable talking today, if it's relevant, but you mentioned working closely with Department of Health and Human Services. So I wonder if you can describe us how it works. So you're more on monetary side, and they're making some additional policy decisions. So how that interaction generally works?
So the interaction at the time, you had Commissioner Shibonet at HHS, and her staff were obviously just as engaged as Gopher and my other department, BA, in the public health side as we were on the economic side. And so a lot of the decisions, again, I would say kind of in that early space of CARES Act, there were a multitude of inputs that were coming on almost every decision. There's an economic component, there's a human rights component, there's a healthcare component that were being made certainly above my head, in terms of the final decisions. But it was a constant discussion and dialogue between those major issues in making decisions about whether it's funding or whether it was other things that HHS would have been more responsible for.
Follow up?
Thank you for that answer. Could you clarify when you say about final decision? Is it governor who is making final decision? Is it some council?
The governor, during CARES Act, again, we were under state of emergency at that time, so the governor was making almost all the final decisions at the time. Yep.
So, yeah, I'm looking at your website. Very well documented. The reports are amazing. So I will just let you know that. So if anyone wants to see how the money was spent, especially under CARES Act, they have reporting every month through the end of May of 2022.
You can also particularly on the CARES Act piece, you can see both on a map, but also by program or by category, the funds, and then you can also see who received funds in each one of those categories.
Yeah, I did see that. You can actually do it by address, I believe. So, so great job there. I have a couple questions on the Main Street grant part. Actually, I was instrumental in, for one company applying and the other one filling out the paperwork to make sure that we didn't have to pay it back. Based on the information you receive back, I mean, I noticed personally in the business sphere that we got a lot of people trying to collect unemployment that never actually worked for a company. I mean, we're a small company of less than 30. I was getting 5 to 6 requests per week of people that never worked for the company. Took a lot of time, to reply back and make sure we get everything reported back. So knowing that, based on what I was seeing, just on a small scale, with some of these programs, certain people were following the rules and trying to do it right. Did you see fraud in once the reporting was back? I know that you had to apply and you had to fill out certain criteria to request it, but really the proof was in the pudding when you had to send your reports back to make sure that because that's when you really get to see the final numbers. I mean, that's how I would look at it, but I could be wrong. And I'm just wondering if there was any fraud or not so, maybe people that, I don't want to say fraud, but didn't act in good faith or whatever. Would you put a percentage on that at all?
I think that would be difficult, but let me just explain. So, first of all, you mentioned the unemployment program. If you haven't had a chance to talk with the New Hampshire Employment Security about that subject, they would be good to talk to because they were the ones that were administering the extra unemployment insurance that we received as a state and trying to navigate that process. I will say, from my standpoint, there were certainly a lot of people that needed those funds, and there were certainly a lot of people who I think wouldn't have made it without it. But to your point, I think there might have been some others that probably had other things in mind. So that's, welcome to humanity. But I think as far as our programs go under Main Street Relief, certainly there have been, I think, some cases where we've had inquiries from law enforcement. Some of them are following up on the PPP program, which you probably also recall. That was the federal program that was run by the SBA, and I know there were some issues with that. We did have some recipients under Main Street that applied to both programs, and if they were being looked at by the feds under the PPP program, we would probably get a similar inquiry to see if they had funds under Main Street. But I would say overall, and I don't have a percentage for you, but overall, the amount of New Hampshire companies that were trying to commit fraud under that program was really small. And I guess I would add to that by saying that the program itself, what we did, as you will probably recall, was we asked businesses to try to anticipate what their losses would be. And we gave them a percentage of their anticipated losses for the year as a grant, with the understanding that if it was off by much, we were going to have to try to get some of that money back because you didn't do as poorly as you thought you did. There were instances where we had to undertake that, but with the exception of, maybe a little more than a handful, all of those businesses said, "Yep, that was the deal. We'll pay you back," and that worked. And there was there was some discussion about what the amounts were and how that all worked, but it was pretty straightforward. And again, I would say that I was very pleasantly surprised to see that at least what we saw at that time was very little abuse of the program by New Hampshire employers.
That is really good news, because I know out there in the stratosphere, we see it even now on a day-to-day that there are nefarious characters trying to work their way and swindle people all the time. So
if I might just also take a moment, since we're Friday afternoon anyway, one other experience that occurred during that time that I like telling people is that when we first went into the COVID experience again in April, May of 2020, we were at a level of some desperation because, we were trying to get medical equipment, PPE equipment. We were trying to figure out what this was and understand as best we could, but also try to lead from a state standpoint. One of the things that we did, again, this was over in my other job at the Business and Economic Affairs Department, was we reached out to manufacturers around the state and said, we need these things. We need, medical equipment. We need, gloves. We need, smocks and all these other things. And we had quite a number of New Hampshire manufacturers who changed their outputs and adapted their equipment to meet that demand. And it was probably in my 7 years in this position, one of the most encouraging moments of time when we would see these businesses calling and saying, what can we do? What can we make to make New Hampshire and the people in New Hampshire safe? And that was something I like to share when I have the opportunity, because it speaks to the New Hampshire business community, and that it is I think, a very unique group of companies, mostly small, medium size, who, when they see something that they can help with, they're willing to do it. And that was something I'm very proud of.
I remember that, and thank you for sharing and reminding us of that.
Mm-hmm.
That was a really big deal at the time,
Yes, it was.
and it was amazing.
Mhm.
Representative Ebel.
I have to say, at some level, this whole thing is giving me a little bit of PTSD.
Oh, me too,
I guess-
Representative.
I mean, just
I'm slowly remembering things, and yeah.
well, talking about those phone calls for Gopher, I can still hear the clicking in my ears
Yep.
where they were. Well, okay, I have a couple questions. One mostly simple, but this one. So, I mean, part of what we're working on is, again, trying to understand how the response flowed, and I think you've spoken really clearly about like how manufacturers stepped up, how everybody was stepping up. And I think there's a lot of concern about rushing, for instance, vaccines to market or you know, to the people. But I think your experience, you can, if you want to expand on it, to just talk a little bit more about how it was almost like a panic for all of us to get our public health systems up to speed, our businesses up to speed. And, you know, if there was a fault, it was maybe, you know, I think a lot of people might feel like it was an overreaction, or some people feel like it was an overreaction. But if you could talk a little bit about the atmosphere you felt at the state level to try to respond to the needs of the state, if you get what I'm getting.
Yes, right. And here comes the PTSD again. So, no, it was no, and I don't mean that to be light about it, because it was very serious and very, very difficult time. We were physically located often at the Emergency Operations Center here in Concord. We were, I would say, in the very early days, there was a lot of discussion. A lot of states were coming up with these essential business lists and things they were going to allow to be open or not open and this sort of thing. We didn't really, we had a lot of discussion about that. And in the end, I think that there were some businesses that we felt, because we didn't know what we were dealing with, we were going to have to, unfortunately, put them in a position to not be able to operate for a little while. And that was mostly restaurants, places where people had exposure to each other. I think I have to say I'm not really that familiar with how other states did it. I know some states around us did it a little differently than we did. We made it a priority to lean toward getting everybody back to an open environment as quickly as we could without endangering public health, again, as we knew it at the time. So the reopening task force really was a great tool for that, because we were able to have public forums with business owners or others, advocates, interested parties. There were public meetings where you had a group of individuals from the legislature, from myself included, representatives of various industries, listen to, and Health and Human Services and others from state government, listen to the concerns of citizens and business owners and others about, what's going to be the deal with movie theaters? What's going to be the story with healthcare facilities or bowling alleys? I remember we had like a whole 2-hour meeting on bowling alleys. So there was a constant stream of input coming, and those were helpful because you had businesses that said, yeah, okay, I get that this is the issue, but we can do these things. So rather than you just say you close us, we can separate people. We can have spaces between them. We can have certain types of cleansing protocols put in place. And that, in some instances, gave enough confidence, and I think over time gave more confidence to our public health teams to be willing to talk about, how can we manage them remaining open and employing people without endangering safety. So that was a almost constant discussion. Did I answer that question?
I mean, yeah, I guess it's hard now to look back and fully appreciate what was going on at that time, but would you be willing to say that at the government level at which you were operating, everybody was trying to do their level best, to do the best for the state?
Yeah.
And that perhaps mistakes were made, which is why we're here now, but everyone really was knocking themselves out in good faith to do the best they could.
No question about it. Absolutely no question about it. I mean, the team that I was working with took a lot of personal toll, I think, dealing with these types of issues and taking them with the degree of seriousness that they deserved. There is almost always going to be an opportunity, years later to look at how that all turned out and make some constructive criticism as to how we could probably have done that better here and there. But the pace of the decisions that were being made, the environment that they were being made within, the swirling public health concerns, and I mean, frankly, terror. I mean, we didn't
Yeah.
know what we were dealing with and what we were, what this was going to evolve into. I would say that one of the things that I felt that we really harped on was that once we all agreed and the governor made a decision, we stuck to that decision. And there wasn't a lot of let's change this or let's change that. And I think that volatility in that type of environment is not good. And so keeping to a decision and sort of pushing through was a little bit of a hallmark, I guess, in our decision-making process, and maybe something for people to think about and review and decide whether or not that was, the best decision at the time. I do believe that it was. And as from my standpoint, from where we stand right now, I do think that it was.
It was a scramble. I have, compared to that question, I have one that's really easy. Do you have any idea how it was determined how much money any particular state got? Do you know how that math worked?
Probably population, as I recall,
Is it
was the,
per capita?
yeah. So I'm pretty sure that under CARES Act and SFRF, we got the minimum amount of a state based on our size.
Kind of what I thought.
Right.
Yeah. And
that
what
right?
was the agency disseminating the funds? Okay, go ahead.
So he just said that I think particularly CARES Act unemployment probably also had something to do with it as well. But I do believe we received the minimum amount in both of those programs.
And which agencies at the federal level were disseminating the money?
So it was Treasury Department in both cases.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Representative Lekis.
Yes, this discussion is reminding me of all the business owners that I spoke to at the time and what a diverse set of experiences they had. There were ones who were so appreciative of the money that helped them keep afloat. There were others who were having such trouble getting all of the applications, etc., that they went bankrupt before they actually got money. And I was just wondering if you would comment on that, because
Yeah.
I remember it was very varied.
Okay, that's a very good question. And as you're saying that, and thinking about some of the questions that you've had previously, an area we could do better, right? Getting to all the businesses is definitely one, because we leaned very heavily on trade groups, business, like for the restaurants, we worked very closely with Lodging and Restaurant Association or hotels. We worked very closely with the Business and Industry Association or others, the Retail Federation, others, to try to get the word out. There were definitely businesses that were not members of those organizations and maybe didn't have time to read the newspaper or watch WMUR live 24-hour coverage of the pandemic. Getting in those types of instances to a much broader set of businesses and potential recipients of relief is something that we could have done better on. And I think, again, those are probably, whether you want to have lists or what, that just we didn't have access to at the pace. We probably could have assembled them over time, but we were not in a position to be able to reach every single business. The Main Street Relief Fund probably was better than most because we used DRA addresses for most of that. And so we were getting tax-paying businesses alerted, but yeah, wide-scale notification of available benefits to a broad set of business owners and, frankly, recipients is probably an area that we could build a little bit more resilient infrastructure around for the next time.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And that, would you say for municipalities too? I mean, I wonder how what was the sort of interface with municipalities during this time?
I mean, a lot of municipalities were put in a tough spot. I mean, because here was a huge chunk of money that they were being asked to deploy, but they had no capacity to really even consider how they might do something like that. We back in CARES Act time, we brought on a consultant to work with Gopher, but we also hired that consultant to provide direct technical assistance to municipalities. And that definitely helped quite a bit. In particular, because by the time we got to ARPA, the state received that $994 million in SFRF funds. Almost every municipality in the state also received funding directly from Treasury under the SFRF fund, so separate from the state's allocation.
Do you know how much that was?
Yeah, I can get that for you. A couple of months ago, that would have been at the top of my head, but I've forgotten it by now. But it was a pretty good amount, and all municipalities, I think except one or two, accepted those funds, and then all 10 counties also got SFRF funds.
Right, because every county, I'm sure you got opera funds in your county, but yeah.
Yeah, that's not included in the 994.
That would be an interesting number to have.
Yeah, I would urge you to take a look at that and how municipalities manage their. Again, I think we did what we could to try to support the municipalities. I will say that maybe I might venture to say that
Looks like a number.
112 million that went to the. Is that for the municipalities and the counties? Okay, so that was the counties and municipalities had access to $112 million, separate from the 994 that the state got.
Was that a direct?
Well, as I recall, what
Did
they
they
had to do is they had to tell us they wanted it, and then the money went directly from the federal government. So they're doing a lot. I mean, other things we've talked about, and expenditure categories and all that. They're doing the same thing.
Yeah, because in our county, we had a list of what we wanted to spend ARPA funds on. So,
but what I was going to say is that I suspect, just because my department works very closely with municipal government on a lot of fronts, is as much of as painful as that experience has been in some cases for municipalities, it has raised issues and questions locally that they've dealt with, how they would deal with locally, on their own sort of based on their own values, et cetera. But it has put them in a good position to also be willing to maybe think about how they are operating in a world that is increasingly complex to get, whether it's federal money or other funds. It's put them in a stronger position to know how to access those and to have maybe some resources to be able to deal with them, maybe with a little bit of assistance. Whereas before COVID, there were so many communities that was just not even something that could have been done.
I'd like to go back to something you had spoken about earlier with the reopening of different businesses and things like that. And obviously, you dealt more with the monetary side. Would you say that the decisions to reopen, besides would come down to HHS mostly making that ultimate decision?
I think in most cases, HHS was very much part of the discussion and the meetings and the hearings and everything. They were a full partner in all of that. And so, but when we got to the point of saying, these are going to be the final recommendations, they were very much part of that discussion as they needed to be. And so there was a definite public health consideration to every one of those decisions.
Only because, and my memory could be wrong, but yeah, I remember this. But I believe, when we shut down restaurants and bars and everything else, we let private clubs open prior to the public restaurants. And I don't know if memory's serving me correctly, but it seemed that way. And I was just wondering how that, it's kind of like restaurants got open, but church, there's a lot of,
Yeah.
I'm sure there was a lot, it must have been crazy
Yeah.
on how to make those decisions.
Yeah.
So.
And I don't remember that distinction, but it might have been. But yeah, those look, I'm the commissioner of business and economic affairs. The last thing I want to do is close a business. I mean, it's like I didn't sign up for that. So, those were tough decisions to make.
And did you, how do I put this? With the rollout of the unemployment funds and people getting to collect those excess dollars from unemployment, when they could go back to work, from an employee standpoint, we found that some would rather that it actually hurt businesses and had a negative effect. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that there were probably some instances where you could say that the way that some people reacted to that it put us a little bit deeper in the workforce hole. And I'm not sure, and I haven't looked at the data enough to be able to say if there's like a correlation between the increased benefits and the workforce. But I think that there was definitely a lot of real world experience that kind of lent one to believe that that was the case.
Yeah, and well, personal experience, and I can speak to a couple of different instances where somebody I knew worked as a bartender, but yet when it reopened, the people that were there said, "Why should I bother?" So in some instances in the service industry, I think it really hurt.
No question.
And so
The service industry and hospitality industry got banged up worse than anybody, I think. And it is a little bit of what maybe you're describing, but it's also, I think there were, in talking with a lot of business owners in that space as well, there were a lot of people who are like, I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go spend a couple months at the community college on an advanced manufacturing program, and I'm going to do the second shift, at Millipore Sigma or something. So that definitely occurred. There was a literal, earthquake in the labor markets as a result of COVID, and people rethought being in the workforce. People rethought about what they were doing in the workforce. The remote work issue really started to come into play. So it really fundamentally changed the landscape that we operated under until that point. I'm not sure that it's all shaken out even to this point, right? I will say that I've had a number of meetings, and we have a big meeting next week with the tourism industry. For the first time since COVID, I'm getting a little bit of feedback that they're finding the workforce they need in the hospitality space come for this coming summer, which is encouraging. I can't possibly say that that's 100%, but it is coming back around. But how it came back around and how it's different from before is still, the jury is still out on that.
Thank you for that. And I noticed a difference. And, you know, we had honest people that actually came back to work, even though with those excess federal dollars, they probably would have made more staying home, but they were bored. So lucky us for that. But it definitely changed the landscape of the workforce. And I think in some ways it did hinder. I actually had a gentleman come in and say, you need to sign me back up for this and I need to be collecting this. And I'm like, yeah, no. I mean, it was crazy.
But tough times.
So yeah, so that's what we got to see. Representative Bieber.
Actually saying what you did about referring to remote, could you talk a little bit about the broadband lift that New Hampshire got as a result of COVID? It
Yes.
just seems to me that we're way ahead of where we were in that.
Yes.
regard.
So that's a good point too, Representative. So in addition, there has been a total, it's like $250 million of funding through both CARES Act and ARPA, and now separately from another program called BEAD, that the state has received, that my department, not Gopher, but BEA, is deploying to really get us to 100% access to high-speed internet for people who want it. We are well underway with those programs. So we have 2 companies right now that are putting in fiber all over rural New Hampshire this summer, and they started last summer. By the time that process is over, we do expect to have a minimum of 50,000 new addresses with access to high-speed fiber, high-speed internet. So that does a lot of things. It obviously helps people that work remotely. It also helps families whose kids are assigned work that they have to do on computer. It helps, older people who can't get to see their doctor to be able to have a video conference. All the things that we sort of do on a regular basis in the business world these days, just about a lot more accessible. The other thing that it does is it levels the playing field for a lot of communities where you've had for years situations in rural New Hampshire where you have one town that might have access to fiber and high-speed internet, and another that next door that does not. Guess what the property values are like in those 2 towns, right? So leveling that playing field, giving a new important foundation to the future trajectory of the New Hampshire economy. It's pretty exciting stuff. So I have said, and I'm happy to say it again, that by the time we're done with these resources, we will have 100% access to people that want it for high-speed internet in New Hampshire, which for individuals who have been working on this for the last 10 or 15 years and struggling to get peanuts from the federal government to assist with broadband expansion, this is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get this taken care of.
And do you know what, do you have a kind of a completion date in mind?
So for the 2, so we have 2 contracts, one with New Hampshire Electric Cooperative and one with Consolidated Communications. Those 2 have to be complete by the end of 2026, but both are telling me right now that they will be done in 2025. And so, again, speaking to our experience versus other states, we will be the first state in the Northeast, maybe even on the East Coast, to reach that 100% number than any other state, because a lot of other states have been going about this quite differently. Not better, not worse. Better in my view, but that's a debate for others to have. But we will be able to offer that to our citizens sooner than anyone else.
So Wow, that's amazing. So by the end of this year, we'll be 100%.
End of 2025.
Oh, 2025.
Don't
Oh,
skip ahead, Representative. It's only 2024.
Well, I'm skipping ahead. All this talk about COVID. Representative Polizov.
Thank you. You had some questions about whether paying larger unemployment benefits for incentivizing people from looking employment when they could. So in similar line of thinking, if we were paying businesses for their expected losses, and then we were telling them, if you will overcome it and be more successful, you have to pay us back. So in my view, it also probably incentivized some businesses not to work as hard as they could. So what's your thoughts?
I don't know too many businesses that are looking to reduce their profit to avoid having to pay back a grant. But I suppose that might have been the case here or there. But most businesses, and there were some that did not have as good a year as they had anticipated, and so they were able to hold on to those funds and use them however they saw fit. But by the same token, there were plenty of businesses, and my sense is that most of them were happy to have not had the year that they had anticipated. So they were our repayment rate was quite high.
I know you didn't have anything to do with the PPP loans, but with the SBA, but Main Street Grant program was really good. It wasn't a ton of money, but they made it as simple as possible for businesses to apply and to report back. A little bit strenuous, but not as bad as the other reports that are required. The one thing I would note when dealing with any of these loans, in my opinion, is a lot of them were based on sales, not necessarily the Main Street Grant, but they were based on sales. And during that time, everyone had to raise their prices just to cover the increase in costs of goods. So your sales number actually increased more than what you would have thought it would be, although your losses were greater. And I think, and I'm not, I can't remember because, all the numbers are jumbled together, but that was one of the things I found very disconcerting is they based it on sales numbers and not actually sales, gross profit because of that increase in cost of goods that I think every business was experiencing, and there was no way you could even capture those costs because you would be out of business because people would not buy the product. What are your thoughts on that in the future? Just
Well, I mean, again, going back in time, I think we were, and the federal government probably, I had nothing to do with that, but I think basing it on sales and, as you're saying, the increase of those costs, that came after, right? So I think the decision to, at least ours in terms of anticipated revenue was solid because we were kind of still living in 2019, right? So the increase in costs of goods came from supply chain disruptions that occurred once the pandemic took hold, and then those we're still recovering from that, frankly.
right. So, like I said, the Main Street Grant much simpler, much straightforward in my view to fill out. But if we were to do something like that again, I think one of the things we would look at or should look at is if there are increased costs to go along with those numbers.
Well, that and the mechanism too. I mean, we went directly to the businesses, whereas PPP went through banks primarily, right? So, and I think you talk to a lot of businesses that PPP saved them probably just as much, if not more, than Main Street. But that was an important part of the puzzle. But exactly what the mechanism should be in that type of an emergency situation, what's the most effective way to get relief to a business and to as many businesses as we can, are probably questions that we should be taking some time to consider, because, who knows, hopefully never any of us around, but maybe future versions of us will watch this video and have a couple of clues as to what they could try to do.
At least now we have a little bit more of a roadmap than we did before.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, and you could take this and apply it to a lot of different types of instances, right? It doesn't have to be a global pandemic.
right.
And our report is not only to look to see what we got right too, right? So what did we do right? Not just what we did wrong. So that's really important too. So that if anyone looks at it, they understand, our approach versus other approaches. Like you said, the Main Street grant, you were able to, because you used DRA, so you were able to get that out to businesses, where some of the other stuff, if you didn't belong to an association, you probably weren't really familiar.
Yeah.
Or was it the PPP loan that did the DR? I can't remember.
Yeah.
They're all.
Yeah.
Do we know how much money the PPP program provided?
I'm going to
that
say
5 times
billion.
really fast. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm sure that's data easily found.
Yeah. Well, we probably should let you go, but I was just going to say, from the talking about the broadband, and health, bringing us back to us from a telehealth standpoint, behavioral health, mental health, I'm sure getting people access to broadband must have been tremendously helpful.
Yes, and it continues to be.
Yeah. It got us going.
Right. And one of the positives that came out of it is the telehealth medicine, right? So
Yeah,
that
for
is
sure.
that is really a positive, I think, and it gives people better access to good medicine. Are there any other questions? Thank you so much, Commissioner, for being here.
It's been a pleasure.
I truly appreciate your
Yes.
time.
Thank you so much, and thank you for doing this. This is an important part of the equation. It's a lot to take in, I'm sure. But I'm happy to travel down the PTSD road with you anytime
Well,
you'd like.
it's been an interesting journey this
Yes.
afternoon. If you could get those numbers to us. that
Yes,
would
I'll get
be-
you those numbers.
that
And
would
if
be
you think of
great.
anything else in the interim, be sure to shoot me an email. We can get you what you need.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
you.
I'd like to adjourn the meeting, and our next meeting will be May 31st with Director Buxton at 10 a.m.